All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. I'm actually going to have to ask you guys to give me one moment. I forgot to do something. Hold on. All right. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to Press X Podcast. Welcome if you are new. Thank you so much for joining me today and for patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody is doing well today. I seemingly have some stuff on my hat. I don't know what's going on here. I got cat hair on my hat. Cat hair everywhere. Can't escape cat hair. But yeah, we have quite a few different topics to go over and talk about in today's stream. JMR, Lost Isley, Michael Lynch, Petrov, Manny, Ryan, Muhammad. What is going on, guys? MDK God. Still got that 30th anniversary PS5 Pro looking to give away. Just give it to me. Just give it to me, MDK God. I'll do an unboxing. I'll take it. Just give it away to me. Did I give my ID to YouTube? No. I don't believe so. Oh yeah, isn't that a thing that's like starting today or rolling out today? MDK God says, nah, bro, we got to do a collab. Bro's going to end up scamming me. He just like painted a regular PS5 Pro. Are we having problems? What the hell's going on? Oh, here we go. Here we go. You guys will have to let me know if we're having any issues. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Michael. Still a little bit of lag. It's telling me my connection is poor. I don't know why. I have a wired connection, man. Fiber optic internet with a wired connection. And it's going to be giving me issues. You're saying it only lagged for 10 seconds, but it's fine now. That makes me wonder why YouTube would even give me this notification then, making it seem like there's something seriously wrong with it. Oh, whoa, that was really loud. I do have a couple of super chats I'm going to read here. We have New Soul 9. He dropped $30 worth of super chats. Thank you so much for that, New Soul. And he says, MBG, speaking about Crimson Desert in your latest video, I'll just be waiting for the next generation version at this point. I'm starting to get the feeling this game is supposed to be played if you have a PS6 or an upcoming Xbox PC. And he also says, MBG, I highly recommend you play Black Desert before playing Crimson Desert. It's the equivalent of Final Fantasy XIV in terms of very in-depth mechanics. I've heard that before. Yeah, I've heard that Crimson Desert or, Black Desert, they have really, really super in-depth mechanics. Yeah, I don't know, man. Crimson Desert, it seems like it has a lot going on. Like a lot going on. It seems like one of these games that once you start playing it, it could just be a game you get lost in and play for the next like 7 years or something. So I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to actually play it or not, but it does look very good. What you're saying about waiting for the PlayStation 6 version or the next gen Xbox version, I think that actually might make sense because, yeah, people have been basically waiting all generation for this title, and it's been, it's been many years. They've been showing it for, I mean, geez, what, like 3 or 4 years now, maybe longer than that. And if it's going to release next year, that's going to be in such close proximity to the next generation consoles that yeah, I could totally understand why you would want to wait, and that'd probably be the way to go. Although you never know. This could be one of those situations where they get it out late this generation, and then like, the next gen version is going to take 2 or 3 years before it comes out. You know what I mean? Um, and we have MDK God with a $10 super chat. He says, "Nah, bro, no scams here. LOL. Just want to give back to the community. Plus, I'd like to get my channel up and going on that side." Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know you had a channel, MDK God. That would be, yeah, I could understand why you would want to do it that way. Well, I can't make any promises, MDK God. No promises here. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. That's crazy that you're still holding on to it, though. I'm assuming it's not opened. If it's not opened, I mean, at that point, you might just hold on to it, and that thing's going to be really valuable one day, man. Have I bought Hellblade 2 for the Pro? I did not. No. I have a couple of articles up about Hellblade. We'll see if we get to that. You have the 500 million PS4 Pro? Oh, that's awesome, dude. Ah, yeah. I remember when they did that. Sony really did release way more consoles for the PS4. Like, limited edition consoles, that is. But yeah, Hellblade is out now for PlayStation. Hearing that it looks really good on the Pro. It's running really well. It's got a 60 FPS mode. Oh yeah, they did do a free upgrade for Hellblade 1. So I did put out a news video earlier, basically covering all that. Some of the topics I covered in that video, we are going to be covering over the course of this podcast, but I want to go more in depth with the discussion. And so to give you a quick rundown of what we're going to be talking about, we have an update with the Horizon lawsuit, or the Tencent lawsuit. Sony is suing Tencent. We have a small, but I would say very telling update regarding that situation. We have an update from Remedy on what's going on with the Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes. We'll talk about that. We have an update on GTA 6, specifically Take-Two Interactive's CEO letting us know whether or not he's anticipating another delay. So we will talk about that. And we also are going to be talking about the Xbox Magnus console / PC APU once again, because we have more information on this console and what exactly Microsoft is trying to achieve with it. So we'll talk more about that. We're going to be talking about Resident Evil. There's a very interesting leak claiming that apparently the gameplay, the action-oriented gameplay in Resident Evil has been innovated upon and will be different in some ways. And it's actually being compared to something like The Last of Us Part 2 gameplay, which is super interesting to me. We actually have a few different Resident Evil leaks that we're going to go over and talk about. So outside of that, we might talk about Contraband getting canceled, among other things. We haven't really seen much Resident Evil gameplay yet. They only showed a couple of snippets of you playing as Grace, going down the hallway and being chased by this creature, this monster, or stalked, I should say. I really, really like the fact that you can choose between third and first person. That's such a big deal to me. But yeah, we'll probably start talking about. I think we'll kick off the conversation, maybe talking about this Xbox APU situation first. Chris is saying maybe he'll play Resident Evil VR today. I mean, a big question people have is whether or not like Resident Evil 9 is going to have full PSVR 2 compatibility like Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil Village and 7. Um, you know, I feel like Sony has essentially, I don't want to say given up on PSVR 2 completely, but I mean, let's face it, it's very much giving me PlayStation Vita vibes in terms of they're just, you know, they're talking about it very, very minimally. Most times they're not really talking about it at all. They have zero first party support. I think that's the biggest thing about PlayStation VR 2 is there is no first party support. So, um, you know, I don't know if we can expect Capcom to do like a full blown amazing PSVR 2 version of Resident Evil 9 like they did for Resident Evil 4, knowing that. Um, I would be that would be amazing though. I mean, I did the last time I used my PlayStation VR 2 was for Resident Evil 4 Remake, and man, Capcom did an incredible job. I think that might be the best VR 2 game. So if they were to do it for 9, I mean, I think it would definitely bode well for PSVR 2. I think it would help it quite a bit. Chris says PSVR 2 is the opposite of obsolete. It's just not supported by Sony. Well, I agree with that. The interesting thing about PSVR 2 is that apparently games sell really well on PSVR 2. Like any VR developer that releases their game for VR 2 usually gets, as long as it's a good game, of course, it gets good support. So even though the player base might not be that large and, Sony is maybe not really marketing it, um, if you're a VR developer, you can kind of anticipate that it's going to sell relatively well. And you do have to wonder if maybe that's a reason why Capcom would want to do a PSVR 2 version of Resident Evil 9. It's like an extra marketing beat. They did this for Resident Evil 4, where it's like, it's not going to be there at launch, but it's something we're going to work on once we wrap the game up. So please be excited for it. That could help a little bit with the sales, It's a little marketing beat. Spider-Man joining PS Plus Extra has me thinking it will be released on Xbox soon. Oh, did they announce the PS Plus Extra games? You know what? We'll go over that first. I didn't know that they did that. Guys, before we start diving into these topics, though, I want to ask you to please take a moment, if you haven't, and hit that like button. If you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the podcast, and you want to help it out, make sure you hit the like button. We're sitting at 39 likes. We could easily get that to 50. And if you want to help support the channel directly, we're completely fan funded. I can only do these streams and these podcast episodes because you guys make it possible. I can only run this channel because you guys make it possible. So consider becoming a channel member, gain access to some exclusive perks. Consider gifting memberships. Consider dropping a super chat or a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support directly. Big thank you to everybody who helps on that front. But let me go check the PlayStation blog. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, they did announce it. PlayStation Plus games catalog for August. Mortal Kombat 1, Marvel Spider-Man, Sword of the Sea, Earth Defense Force. So they say as we've entered the 15th year of PlayStation Plus, we've got even more great content for members to look forward to. So Death Stranding 2 on the Beach will be available as a game trial for PlayStation Plus premium members. Enjoy up to 5 hours of gameplay with this time-limited trial. And if you decide to purchase the full game, your progress and trophies will carry over. Oh, that's pretty cool. Still interesting to me that the trials are locked behind PS Plus Premium, the highest tier. I would have thought that Sony would have expanded that maybe. But 5 hours, that's not bad. That's a good chunk of time. I think going hands-on for 5 hours with Death Stranding 2 would definitely make it easy for you to determine if it's a game you want to, actually buy and play. But looking at the rest of the list here, let's see. So PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium catalog. Mortal Kombat 1. Spider-Man Remastered. Sword of the Sea. Earth Defense Force 6. Unicorn Overlord. Altair Ryza 3. Alchemist of the End and the Secret Key. My God. Indica. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Harold Halibut. Coral Island. And for PlayStation Plus Premium, Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Awesome. Yo, those PlayStation Plus Premium games, though. RE2 and 3, classics. So somebody in the chat said, I think it was Mr. B, Spider-Man 1 being part of PlayStation Plus, you think that's a possible indication they're going to be bringing it to Xbox? I'm not so sure. It is interesting that it's there. I'm more, you know what I'm more inclined to think? And you know what's interesting is they put Mortal Kombat 1 as the headliner and Spider-Man as the co-headliner. I'm more inclined to think that if Spider-Man was intentionally put into PlayStation Plus this month, it's because Insomniac may be getting ready to announce maybe the Venom game. The last rumor we heard about the Venom game is that it's real and it is slated to come out next year. Now, I don't know if there's truth to that, but if that rumor is to be believed, I mean, you know, we are approaching September. There's going to be a State of Play in September. There's going to be some kind of Sony event in September. And there's the Game Awards coming at the end of the year. So I don't know. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but the timing of it is definitely interesting. 0 Point says he's tired of the rumors. I know, man. Well, Gamescom is coming. So we'll definitely get announcements. September, like I said, Sony will do a show. We'll get announcements. Would be cool if we see the Venom game and Saros gameplay at a State of Play next month. That would be cool. You know, I really don't know, boss. No. Oh, you missed. I don't mind having you on my lap, boss, but dude, you're too hairy. You get too much fur everywhere, man. It's too much. Naughty Dog is hiring a gameplay capture artist. When I'm petting my cat on my lap, I look like a villain, a movie villain scheming. I know, and the chair doesn't help either, right? Well, I mean, how are we feeling about this lineup for PlayStation Plus Premium? I think it's a pretty good lineup, honestly. Pretty solid overall. Yeah, we do cover a lot of leaks and rumors on the channel. Chris says he lives about 30 minutes away from Naughty Dog. So for fun, I applied to that capture artist. I can't tell if you're joking, Chris. That's pretty funny if true, though. Hey, man. Doesn't hurt to try. Spider-Man was on there before? Was it? Was Spider-Man on the PlayStation Plus catalog? I can't recall. You may be right. No, I feel like I remember Miles Morales being on there. Not Spider-Man Remastered, but I could be wrong. You're saying they removed it. Oh, you know what? I think you are right. I think you're right. Because the more I'm thinking about it, wasn't it around the time like we were getting closer to the launch of Spider-Man 2 and they removed it because of that? Or at least that's what we speculated. They wanted people to maybe kind of buy it. Lady Gamer, you're still working on Liza P. It was probably the regular 2018 version, not the remastered. Why would they remove their own property? I don't know. Sony does that weird stuff, dude. They removed Infamous Second Son like a month ago or 2 months ago. And they were asked about it, and they just like, oh, so we can keep it fresh. And I'm like, okay. It is kind of weird. I'm not going to lie. It is a little weird. But yeah, I mean, Sony definitely is strategic about it. They're intentional. So I don't think you should read too much into Spider-Man dropping onto the catalog, but it could indicate that Insomniac is getting ready to announce something of some kind. So, or maybe, who knows? Maybe Wolverine reveal, proper reveal next month. It's possible. It's possible. All right. Well, pretty solid month for PlayStation Plus Premium. Not bad at all. Death Stranding 2 trial, good games. Resident Evil 2 and 3 for the classics. Not bad. But we have an update with the Horizon clone. So apparently, Tencent, ever since Sony filed this lawsuit, oh, come on, boss, you gotta stop, man. Ever since Sony filed this lawsuit against Tencent for this game, Light of Motrium, or Motorum, I don't know exactly how you say it, basically being a complete Horizon clone and ripoff. It seems that Tencent is a little bit shook because they went and they changed up a bunch of stuff on their Steam page. So the Game Post points out that the Light of Motorum, Steam page has been updated to lean less on the Horizon vibes. Specifically, a different selection of screenshots, new key art, a release window, and a rewritten game description have all been added following the lawsuit. So I actually looked at the images. I don't know if I still have them or not. I put them in the video, but yeah, basically like the cover art looked identical to Horizon. It looked identical to Horizon, and they changed it to now there's a penguin. Like, it's crazy. Like, they actually they didn't just make it look slightly different or alter it, alter it slightly to where nobody would probably notice. I mean, they're just straight up, you know what? We had what was basically Horizon key art. We're just going to put a penguin now. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to put a penguin. And I mean, to me, that is a huge indicator that Sony has them. Like, they know they're kind of screwed. And so you do have to wonder if them making these changes all of a sudden, if maybe Sony will change course. I don't know, alter the course. They're still, I assume Sony's not going to, because the big thing about this lawsuit is that it was revealed that apparently Tencent had approached Sony and wanted to make a Horizon game. And it almost seemed like they already had something in development, and they were assuming that Sony would greenlight it. And Sony was like, no, thank you. And so then they revealed this game, Light of Motorum, and it looks like it was literally designed to be a Horizon game. Sony obviously doesn't like that. Sony's very upset by that. So I do wonder if these changes are going to be enough. Something tells me they're not. I think that this is just Tencent trying to cover their ass, basically. I'm not going to buy a Penguin game, bro. I got to see if I can bring the let me see. See if I can find the images here, if it'll let me bring it up. Dude, that's crazy. That's wild, actually. The key art is so bad. Here's another one. Hopefully it lets me bring the images up. You guys know sometimes it gives me a lot of problems. I don't know why either. So here's the original key art. I'm going to have to change the size of it, though. Hold on. This is the original key art that they had up. And there's also this. I mean, this is like, this is egregious, dude. This is Horizon, bro. This is just straight up Horizon. This one is the most damning, in my opinion. I mean, that's like, bro. Straight up Aloy. But if you want to know what they changed it to after Sony filed the lawsuit, this is what they changed it to. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why they decided to go with a penguin, but you can see that they really wanted to make sure that they're sending a clear message that, you know what? Yeah, we want Sony to see this. We want Sony to see that we changed it. That's kind of crazy though. But yeah, it does seem like Sony is not playing around, and Tencent seems to be aware of that. And I think Tencent is, I think they're feeling a little nervous. Now Palworld's going to sue them, which is ironic because Sony partnered with Palworld, and it's like Palworld was a ripoff of Pokemon. So I don't even know what's going on, man. Horizon meets Palworld. Maybe that's the angle they're going for. It's possible. Well, that's the latest update we have on the what I assume will end up being a saga of Sony suing this game and this company. Did I ever watch the movie Apocalypto? I've seen parts of it. I never actually sat down and watched the whole thing. I've seen a lot of it, actually. Crazy movie. By the way, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at about 60 likes. Let's see if we can push to get that up to 100. You think there'll be a settlement? There could be. Yeah. I'm not sure, though, because, I mean, Sony might be trying to send a message. Potentially. And if that's the case, this might not necessarily be about money. But the next topic talks about Remedy giving an update on the Max Payne remakes, Control 2, and talking about how FBC Firebreak did for them, which is that multiplayer spinoff for those who may have forgotten. I think it released on PlayStation Plus. Gaming Survivor, don't bring it up, man. Don't bring it up. So it says here, Control 2 and Max Payne remakes should be the next two games Remedy releases, as the Finnish developer details how the projects continue to reach development milestones in their new financial report. In the case of Control 2, the PS5 sequel is, quote, on track, and the team is currently focusing on gameplay, environments, and missions. Work continues on developing the game into a strong commercial offering. The remakes of the first Max Payne and its sequel, The Fall of Max Payne, meanwhile, are in, quote, full production. The report continues, in the second quarter of 2025, the team built on steady momentum from earlier in the year. The collaboration with Rockstar Games is said to be, quote, close and productive, and the project as a whole is now closing in on its next major phase. That's in regards to the Max Payne remakes. I find it interesting that they say here that they're working very closely with Rockstar Games. You know, again, Rockstar does own the Max Payne IP, and they're allowing Remedy to do this, but I wonder how much influence Rockstar will have in this case, because the last time Rockstar messed with Max Payne was Max Payne 3, which was an incredible game. It says, as for Remedy titles currently on the market, the original Control has now surpassed 5 million sales, and Alan Wake 2 has continued to sell steadily and accrue royalties. So it sounds like Alan Wake 2 was not necessarily a sales success. The publishing, distribution, and marketing rights of Control have been transferred to Remedy from 505 Games, which means sales are now fully driven by the developer. 2025 also marked Remedy's first self-published game, the multiplayer spin-off FBC Firebreak. It says that it's, quote, unsatisfied with the launch phase, consumer sales, and most of its commercial performance, end quote. Apparently, most of its commercial performance has been driven by positioning it on PlayStation Plus Extra and Xbox Game Pass. Having accrued more than 1 million players in 10 days after release, most of the game's user base has come from PS5 and Xbox Series X. Remedy expected PC to be FBC Firebreak's main platform, but the launch, quote, underperformed. A big update is planned for the game in September, and Remedy hopes it will increase interest. So, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when it sounds to me like FBC Firebreak just flat out was a failure. I think that this is a game that nobody asked for, and I understand, it's Remedy doing kind of what Sony's doing and what every publisher's doing, where it's like we got to try to dabble in multiplayer, but it released on PlayStation Plus, it released on Xbox Game Pass, and that's where their player base came from. Most people probably didn't stick around. I don't know how many. I mean, this game was sold for $40. I don't know how many people bought it for $40. So yeah, I mean, they tried. The Max Payne remakes, though, man, really interested in seeing these games revealed. I'm so interested in this. Max Payne's an amazing series, and for as good as Alan Wake 2 is, I mean, when I think of Remedy, I do think of Max Payne. Control 2 is going to be awesome as well. I really enjoyed Control. That was a really good game. I got the platinum for that game as well. So, sounds like on the single player front, things are going really well for Remedy. Control 2 is in full production, or progressing very well, and Max Payne remakes are now in full production. But it sounds like the only thing that's really hurting, I don't want to say it's hurting Remedy, but it is, I think, quite telling that when they talk about the sales of Alan Wake 2, they're not giving any numbers, and they're not really saying it's a sales success. They're just saying it's selling well, it's doing well enough, I guess. I wonder why that is, because, I mean, Alan Wake 2 is a really good game, but maybe it just doesn't have the same appeal as something like Control. I actually did play Quantum Break. Yeah, it was okay. It was an okay game. I enjoyed some of what they were trying to do with the mechanics. But yeah, Remedy's always been good, I think, with single player games. But there you go. That's the update for the Max Payne remakes. I know a lot of you guys are looking forward to that as well. I'll give you this update on GTA real quick. We'll have this discussion, and then we'll talk about this Xbox Magnus situation. So, Push Square reports another delay for Grand Theft Auto 6 would cause many to completely lose their minds. But for what it's worth, Take-Two's CEO is fairly confident that the game's May 26th, 2026 launch date will stick. In a recent interview with U.S. news channel CNBC, the ever-talkative Strauss Zelnick was asked if he's sure of the date, or more specifically, what his current level of conviction is. My level of conviction is very, very high, obviously, Zelnick replies. Of course, you wouldn't expect the CEO to say much more than that, not when, as noted. Hold on. Hold on one sec, guys. All right. Sorry about that. So, basically, Strauss Zelnick was asked his conviction level for the release date of GTA 6, and he says, "quote My level of conviction is very, very high. Obviously, It says, of course, you would not expect the CEO to say much more than that, not when, as noted, GTA 6 has already been the victim of a hefty delay. Everyone at Walkstar, Walkstar, Rockstar, and all the suits at Take Two will be pushing for that May release no matter what. There's simply too much riding on this thing. When questioned on the expectations surrounding GTA 6, he starts off quite reasonable, saying, quote, "We try not to pump expectations, right?" But right after, he brings up the title's colossal potential. Quote, "I think Rockstar's whole stock and trade is to have these extraordinary expectations and still to beat them. I know that's their goal. I know it's going to be an amazing game. The rest we'll see in the fullness of time," end quote. So, I mean, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? Are we thinking Rockstar is going to be able to pull it off? Walkstar? Is that? Yeah, I'm not going to say that. Almost just got a little racist there. Wasn't trying to. I had an intrusive thought. I stomped it out. Do we think Rockstar is going to actually nail the May 2026 release? Or, yeah, we thinking it's going to get pushed to September? I mean, I'll be honest, man. I absolutely can see GTA 6 getting delayed again. But at the same time, you know that Take Two Interactive wants to hit that release date. I mean, they didn't just delay it by like 6 months, they delayed it by like an entire year. Well, not an entire year, but I think, well, they actually, yeah, they did delay it by about 6 months, right? Because the original release was supposed to be this fall. So they gave him about half a year. Could they request another 6 months? Maybe. Would they get it? Probably. I don't think they could. But Strauss Zelnick saying he doesn't think there's going to be another delay. It makes me wonder like how people would react if he said there could be. That's the thing is I don't think he's going to come out and be like, my level of conviction is pretty low. There could be a delay. I'm actually not sure. People will take it out of context unless it's a new interview. He always says that they will take their time. He has went on record saying that they will give them the time they need. Rockstar better delay it with Horizon 3's release date to finally end that miserable series. Oh my god. Yeah, Horizon 3 is going to end up going up against GTA 6 in an unfortunate turn of events for Guerrilla Games. You think GTA 6 will get delayed again, but they won't delay it out of 2026? That's what I'm thinking too. Although I don't know how much I'm banking on another delay. I'm prepared for it, but I could see them hitting that date. Because, I mean, the game has been in development for a very long time. And you have to question, like, why would they give that specific date if they weren't very sure that they were going to be able to hit it? You know what I mean? Like, they could have just said summer 2026 or something like that, but they gave a very specific date. But yeah, I mean, it's Rockstar, dude. It's Rockstar. And I think the publisher, Take Two, is basically praying that they don't need another delay because the developers want to release it as well, obviously, for as long as it's been in development. But I just get the feeling that, hold on, sorry, I get the feeling that if Rockstar were to say, yeah, we might need another 3 months or something, I think that they're not going to tell them no. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, that's interesting to point out, Josh. You're saying development started in 2020 or 2021. It's not that long. To me, that's the craziest thing. I think it was confirmed that this game has not been in development for as long as we would think. Kind of wild. Come on, man. You're gonna hit the kill switch. Oh my god, boss is stressing me, bro. Chill. He's gonna end up killing the entire stream. But a former Rockstar employee stated a week ago it started in 2018, 2019. Is that the year he gave? GTA 6 has a $3 billion budget. Well, yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 released in 2018. So you would assume that that's around when they would start, at the very least, early development on it. Maybe full production, not till like 2020, something like that. It might not be a joke. When it's all said and done, it might not be a joke. Tell you what, though, it's going to make billions when it releases. It's going to sell billions of copies. No, it's not going to sell billions of copies, but man, it's going to make billions of dollars easily. You think Sony's going to market the hell out of GTA 6? We're going to see. We're going to see. I almost wonder if it may be the opposite. Maybe Sony's not going to market it that much. Maybe they're just going to let Rockstar do their thing. And, maybe Sony will just let people know it's on PS5, PS5 Pro Enhanced, presumably. And Sony will just let the game market itself. They'll just let. I mean, think about it. Like, GTA 6 is the biggest marketing that Sony will ever get for anything ever for PlayStation. Ever. So Sony really doesn't have to do anything if you think about it. You think people are going to overhype themselves and then end up disappointed? Well, I mean, yeah, I think there's no denying that some people are going to end up doing that. As is always the case with big titles. But I'm not sure that Rockstar won't be able to truly deliver something that, even if it is slightly overhyped, it will be beyond like pretty much every other game. I think they will be able to deliver that. Are there people who are walking around with their head in the clouds thinking that this game is going to be something it like probably just is not going to be? Sure. I think some people are way out there. But generally speaking, I think the expectation is it's very high. Very high. This cat, man. This cat. They should just let GTA 6 market itself, Mr. B. Digital Dude says PlayStation already started. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. But think about that. That's like such a small thing captured on PS5. That was at the beginning of the last GTA 6 trailer. And something so small being attached to that game is such a big deal. Yeah, man, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Sony will go crazy with the marketing. You're saying you can hate on GTA, but there's always quality to it. I have no clue what to expect after Red Dead Redemption 2. That game was just 8 levels above anything I thought it would be. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know after Red Dead 2 if they're going to be able to raise it, 8 times over again. I love how he's just trying to be all slow about it. Like, if I'm just slow and deliberate, he won't even notice. Bro, I notice. GTA bundle? They have to do a GTA bundle. They have to. How could Sony not do a GTA bundle? That thing, a GTA bundle is going to skyrocket Sony to 100 million consoles sold easily. GTA plates. GTA plates for the Pro. I don't think they'll do that. No. I don't think they're going to give it that kind of treatment. Sony could ask. It would be safe to say that the story for GTA 6 will be the best Rockstar story ever told. And once the multiplayer's up and running, it will be scary. It'll be as scary as Wonka's Chocolate Factory. What's going on with that last sentence? I doubt multiplayer will be there for GTA 6 at launch. I mean, I think really what Rockstar and Sony have to worry about more than anything is that when GTA 6 launches, the vast majority of people are going to be buying this game digitally and downloading it. I don't know, man. Like I do wonder if the server's just for people trying to download and install the game. I wonder if that could I wonder if it could crash the PlayStation Store. Essentially. Okay. Boss. 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 I'm trying to do a show, bro. Okay? Do you understand? You're gonna have to go. Let go. Dude, he's pulling my chair over. You see this guy? Expect GTA 6 to be 100 plus gigabytes. Dude, is it going to be 2 discs physically? I miss Xbox fanboy MBG when you had the character to critique Xbox for doing dumb things like dropping exclusives. Well, times have changed. What if it's another Cyberpunk situation? No chance. No chance, dude. Oh, you think they might No, I don't think so. I don't think they would do that. They will have a physical version of GTA 6. They have to. They have to. They're not going to limit their sales potential that way. You think no physical disc at launch? They'll do a physical version later? No way. No way. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I think you'll be able to buy a physical copy of GTA 6 the day it comes out, or you'll be able to pre-order at like an online retailer and get it the day it comes out. Michael says, I missed that MBG as well. Now he's afraid he's going to make Xbox gamers mad. No, it's not really a fear of anything. I'm not afraid of making Xbox gamers mad. I just feel like it's beating a dead horse. Like, what is there to say? I mean, we're going to be talking about Xbox in a moment with this Xbox APU. But it's clear that the only people I'm left talking to are the most extreme, like, individuals that are, let's face it, that are like all over social media and constantly high-fiving one another and, making it seem like, I don't know, like like everything's perfect, all the time. I'm not interested in talking to those people. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I think most people kind of understand, like, the things have changed. But but who knows? Who knows what the future holds, man? Who knows what the next batch of announcements are going to be? Yeah, you're saying Xbox as we know it died. Microsoft Gaming is what is happening from Xbox One till now. Well, I think there is some truth to that. We're going to talk about that in a moment. We have more information on this Xbox Magnus next gen console PC APU. You can't leak digital games. Just say, oh, you're saying you can leak. I don't know if you meant to, I don't know if you meant to say can or can't. I think you can't leak. Well, you're talking about like early copies being out there, right? Maybe that's why they would. That's why they would potentially not do a physical copy. You meant to say can. Well, I mean, the problem with releasing GTA 6 physically um, is if the physical version launches the same day as the game, like actually comes out, and it's not like staggered, you do have to ship that game to retailers. And you know what? Actually, you know what? I think you guys might be right. They might delay. They might delay the physical version by like a week or something. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about how they would have to ship it to retailers and they would have to hope that nobody leaks anything or that nobody's going to sell early. I mean, I don't know. It'll be out of control, I think. If the game comes out digitally and it's out there for like a week or two or something and then they drop the physical version, like nothing can happen. You know what I mean? Nobody's all right, yeah. Yeah, I GTA 6 is such a unique case that I could see them doing that. Yeah. Huh. Well, I'll tell you what, for a game like you think that's inconceivable? Maybe early. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that would be the simplest way, do early access, digital early access. How long do you think the early access period would be? 3 days? 5 days? Maybe? Buy like the $100 $80 or $100 digital deluxe, get early access. That would solve the problem, I think. Maybe. You think 2 days? Dude, they could do 3 hours early access and people would pay however much. 3 days max. It's more likely that they crash the servers from preloads than selling a physical copy. Yeah, GTA 6 is going to be awesome, man. That's going to be such a crazy build up. Um Seeing the gameplay is going to be huge. I mean, when do we think we're going to see gameplay? Are we thinking before the end of the year? Ghost of Yote new trailer, Kasurigama trailer up 7 minutes ago. Is that the one we reacted to already? Did they finally upload it to YouTube? Let's see. Oh yeah. Why did they upload it so late? Huh. Yeah, we reacted to that on the stream already. You think we'll see gameplay at the Game Awards? If not at the Game Awards, maybe in December. Hideaki Nishino is giving a keynote speech at TGS next month. Really? Where did that news come from, Adama? That's peculiar and unexpected. Boo, boo the same trailer. Zubitech put that info out. Huh. I wonder what he's going to talk about. What What do you think the keynote's going to be in regards to? I feel like that's really strange. Does Sony normally do keynote speeches at TGS? I don't recall. I don't think they do. How MBG? How many hours do you have in GTA 5? I got 400 plus. It's got to be in the hundreds. I don't know if it's beyond 400, but it's got to be at least a couple hundred, at least 200 plus. Um, man, dude, it's gonna be tough going back to GTA Online. It's gonna be tough. I have too many memories. I have too many memories of playing that game with my cousin. Ah, it's gonna be rough, man. But yeah, I mean, I was there. I think the launch day of GTA Online, and I was just as pissed as everybody else. Where it's like, oh, it's just broken. You just can't play it. It doesn't work. But the theme is a game market revolution. What the PlayStation Store has brought. Oh no, I don't. I don't know if I agree that that's nothing. That's actually super interesting. I mean, this is gonna. I'm very, very curious to hear what he's gonna have to say. He could be giving us some really useful insight. We might be getting some really useful insight into how Hideaki Nishino views the PlayStation Store, and this could maybe be him saying what their ambitions are with it going forward. Yeah, it's my cousin that passed away, Digital Dude. Yeah, he loved GTA, and he introduced me to GTA. And we played GTA Online all the time. We played GTA 4 online together. We played a ton of GTA 5 online. He would always troll me, and GTA 6 was obviously his most anticipated game. Um, so yeah, it's definitely a lot of memories, a lot of history there. He was such a troll though. He really was. He loved to grief in that surprise PC PlayStation store. Well, that's fascinating to me. That's a keynote I'm definitely going to be paying attention to. Yeah, so Zubitech says Sony Interactive Entertainment slash PlayStation President and CEO Hideaki Nishino will hold a keynote speech at Tokyo Game Show 2025, September 25th. A game market revolution, what the PlayStation Store has brought. Hideaki Nishino, President and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, will deliver a keynote speech on the theme of a game. Okay, it just reiterates what it said. Um, Very interesting. Yeah, man. I mean, we've talked extensively about how the most defining part of the PlayStation brand by this point in time is the PlayStation Store. The PlayStation Store is responsible for all of Sony's success. Right now, the PlayStation Store is tethered to the PlayStation console. And I'm really curious to see what Hideaki Nishino has to say in that regard, where he's clearly going to be talking extensively about the success of the PlayStation Store. He's not going to be able to have that conversation without bringing up the fact that it's tethered to the console. We might get some interesting insight. We're going to want to pay attention to that. It's like he says nothing. It's just the most boring thing ever. When GTA 6 comes out, I'm going to rob my first liquor store in honor of him. Thank you, Digital Dude. Thank you, bro. Same here. Same here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drive my car off a cliff in honor of him because he always used to do that shit to me, dude. He would always be like, "Get in my car, bro, get in my car, come on." And I get in, and then he would just troll me. He like locked it. Well, I don't think he could lock the doors, but he'd be like, "No, trust me, I'm taking us where we got to go." And he would end up just like fucking careening off a cliff. Car would explode. Shit was so funny. Technically, it's not because it has an app and website. Well, okay, that's true. That's true. You're right about that. So the PlayStation Store has a few different points of access, but really it seems like it can only be used you can only buy and play games through the PlayStation Store, which the playing part is, you know, through the console. How is Battlefield 6 getting hate and being called woke? What? What's going on? Woke Field 6. Damn. Oh, because you can play as female soldiers? Ah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy that people would call Battlefield 6 woke because of that. Oh, I saw that clip. Yeah. The VTuber or whatever that got caught cheating. How could anybody watch that and not realize that they're cheating? Like that's the I saw that clip. I think it got like 40 or 50 million views or something. It was everywhere. It was like annoying. I got annoyed at how much it was popping up. How could anybody watch that and not immediately understand like they're breaking the game? They're using it like they're cheating. What they're doing is not humanly possible. It's not. It's just not possible. But, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Cheating in a beta. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. It doesn't even look fun. Like when I saw that gameplay clip, I'm like, you're making it look not fun. Yeah, it's basically like auto aim. Like it just snaps. You know, it's like what are you not even playing? You're just like holding down a button. I don't understand why people do that. Well, getting back to GTA 6, it's going to be an exciting time when that game launches. That game will probably have some hackers, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I saw that. They already banned 300,000 people for cheating on the beta. That's insanity. I don't understand how there's even that many people who are trying to cheat in the game. Like just I don't know, maybe some people maybe it's like a vicious cycle where like if somebody suspects that they encountered a cheater, they feel as though that their only recourse is now I have to become a cheater to level the playing field. Maybe it just creates a bit of a domino effect. That would explain it. Yeah, man, it's I just don't get it. My whole thing is if you have to cheat to enjoy a game, um, you probably just shouldn't be playing that game. So you think it's a superiority thing? There's probably there's probably layers of that. How shitty do you have to be to cheat in a beta? That's the worst part, man. Freaking beta. All right, let's move on to the next topic here. The next Xbox Magnus, the APU. I have a report here from WCCF Tech. It says Xbox Next Magnus APU is reportedly set to power both console and Xbox PCs, delivering a big win for AMD. It says the Magnus APU will reportedly power the next gen console and a line of Xbox PCs, employing a strategy that will greatly benefit AMD. Speaking on the NeoGAF forums, known AMD leaker Kepler L2 outright said that the Magnus APU leaked last month is not only going to power the next gen Microsoft console, but also, quote, Xbox PCs. Same with the APU getting licensed out to OEM partners. Or sorry, with the APU, I don't know why I said it that way, with the APU getting licensed out to OEM partners. Bar a few likely differences, these systems should be essentially the same. As another known insider, Heisenberg FX4, believes that there will not be any special development requirements for the next generation Xbox console, since no developer would put in additional work for what is setting out to be a small niche market. Ultimately, having a desktop chiplet powering the next gen Xbox system as well as regular Xbox branded PCs will also be a big win for AMD, as highlighted by Moore's Law's Dead in a new video going over the leaked APUs for the next generation consoles. Not only will production numbers be high, but AMD will likely be able to get better prices from TSMC while also benefiting from the optimization work done for the Xbox next gen system. Considering how game optimization issues are rampant in the PC space nowadays, this could also become a great marketing point for the company and the Xbox partner OEMs. The next gen Xbox, the Xbox next gen Magnus APU is set to mark a massive change in the console space. Its chiplet design, featuring separate CPU and GPU dies, is very different from the most recent console APUs and will potentially power a more iterative approach to console design, allowing Microsoft to offer more frequent upgrades and possibly do away with the traditional console cycle altogether. With console exclusive games quickly becoming a thing of the past, it's not surprising to see how all console manufacturers seem to be going in different directions, an approach set to make the next gen of consoles one of the most interesting to date. So we have yet another group of insiders, well-known insiders, Kepler L2, Heisenberg, FX4. They're confirming that this Magnus APU that's being developed for Microsoft's Xbox PC, I guess like the flagship Xbox PC, is going to be given to OEMs, and they're going to have that same APU, and they're going to be able to kind of, I guess, configure it as they wish. Do they? What types of changes they'll make? I don't know. I'm assuming it will mainly have to do with pricing. Um, but yeah, it's pretty much another leak confirming what we've been hearing, and that is that this console. So the most interesting part of this leak in particular that I want to highlight is how Heisenberg FX4 believes that, based off of all the documentation they've seen and everything they're seeing, that there's going to be no special development required for the next Xbox consoles. So what we're looking at, I mean, I feel like the evidence is just building up more and more, where we haven't had it officially confirmed by Microsoft yet. They said it's going to be Windows based. They said there's going to be multiple storefronts. Those are all direct hints from Microsoft themselves to indicate that this is a PC, not an actual like bespoke console. Bringing in Digital Foundry bespoke. Now we have insiders like Heisenberg who are privy to this information saying that they believe that developers are not going to have to make special versions of their games. In other words, it's the closest thing we're getting to confirmation that this next hardware from Microsoft is going to get PC versions of games. And yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised by this. I'm just going to be really interested to see how the console Xbox players, like the ones who, are very vocal in this space, how they're going to kind of handle the transition where, it's like we were on a console and now we're on a PC. You know what I mean? It's going to be it's going to be awkward, I think. It's going to be a little bit awkward. But they don't need the overhead with third party. Tarnisher saying it's a generic Windows PC but comes with the Xbox app installed with it, like how Microsoft Paint comes with your copy of Windows. Interesting. Yeah, I mean that kind of sounds like what it's going to be more than anything. PlayStation runs on Linux and Xbox runs on Windows. If they can afford one. Yeah, well, that's the big thing I'm really curious about, man. Because I have another follow up here from Kepler L2. Kepler L2 once again reiterated that the GPU equivalent of the next generation Xbox, which is codenamed Magnus, which is codenamed Anus, no, Magnus, and the PlayStation 6, which is codenamed Orion. The PlayStation 6 is the equivalent of a Radeon 9070 XT, and the Xbox Magnus is the equivalent of an RTX 5080. And people are highlighting how this seems to be a pretty significant power difference. But I immediately have to question, like, what does this, I mean, what does that realistically translate to, though? You know? Because if this is going to go down the way I think it is, it almost seems like we're going to be seeing posts on Twitter and videos from people who buy this Xbox Magnus, and they're going to be like, here are my settings. And they open their settings, and it's just a PC menu. It's just PC settings. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm setting everything to ultra or something like that. I feel like that's basically what it's going to be. And I think because of that, it's going to be, I don't know, like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is I don't even know that the power comparison is going to even matter at that point. Like, you're going to probably see more comparisons to other PC, like to PC GPUs, than you will probably something like the PlayStation 6. Although, those comparisons will still exist, to be clear. Oh, you think they'll have Xbox specific settings? Developers will put that in there? Interesting, Devil Shooter. We have Yaron here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Saying PC ports should be better because of the new Xbox, but need similar parts. They will need similar parts to the new Xbox specs for your PC to get the better port. Yeah, that's kind of weird. So I guess there's kind of this notion that if Microsoft is making what is essentially PC hardware, in that you no longer have to make a dedicated Xbox version, you're just making a PC version, that maybe this will automatically create a higher standard. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we don't really worry too much about optimizing the PC version because we're optimizing the console versions. But if Microsoft is, I guess, like taking that away, at least from their end, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work. Uh, it could go the other way. It could go the other way. We could be looking at a situation where everybody's assuming that these games are going to be better optimized. But what if basically if you purchase the next Xbox hardware and now you just had the same problems that PC gamers are experiencing? I mean, that would be the worst case scenario. Um, that would suck. It'll run better on Xbox. Well, it's worth noting that we don't have official confirmation yet that this next Xbox PC hardware is going to just run PC versions of games. We don't have that confirmation yet, but like I said, there's more and more evidence kind of mounting, and now there are insiders and like leakers. They're kind of pushing in this direction. Come on, bro. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect necessarily, other than it just seems like when developers are making their games for these next gen devices, the way it works now is you make a PS5 version, you make an Xbox Series X and Series S version, and you make a PC version. And if you're on Switch, you make a Switch 2 version, Switch 1 or Switch 2 version. Um, it seems like the only thing that's really going to change here is you're just removing the Xbox version. You don't need to make a dedicated Xbox version anymore. Whatever you're doing for the PC side of things, that's what this box will run. And I'm just trying to imagine what that would be like now. I mean, if it were like that right now, then what I said would be true is any of the problems that plague the PC side in terms of optimization, there's pros and there's cons, right? One of the cons for PC is that a lot of games unfortunately do have optimization issues. A lot of developers for some reason don't optimize well or properly for PC. Um, if if this was a scenario that was in play right now, then any game that released this generation that ran poorly on PC or had PC optimization issues, um, presumably that hardware, that Xbox hardware, would experience those same issues. But that's the thing. This is maybe where people are hoping that this will fix that. This will make it so that developers will be more incentivized to optimize, or maybe they'll be more freed up. They don't have to make a dedicated Xbox version. So now that that resource isn't being taken up, we can apply that to just optimizing even better for PC. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect. I'm not sure what the outcome's going to be. Mafia 4 on console leaves a lot to be desired. First they hate PC, now they want a PC with an Xbox sticker on it. Damn, bro. Well, this is also going to be interesting when it comes to what the PlayStation 6 will be, because we know the PlayStation 6 is codenamed Orion, and everything we're hearing about the PlayStation 6 is it's going to be GPU equivalent of like I said, a Radeon 9070 XT, but it's still going to be a custom console, and there's going to be a PlayStation console development environment. There's going to be dedicated PlayStation versions of games. That's not changing. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine like what the differences are going to be. Like, so let's just say uh I don't know, what's like a I think we could just say GTA, next gen version of GTA 6, right? Which is obviously going to happen. There's going to be a PS5 version of GTA 6 and another Xbox version. What is that going to be? I, I'm not sure. I don't know. We have Yaren with another super chat saying Arcane union workers demand Xbox makers sever ties with Israel. Microsoft is probably going to fire all these devs. They will have to go work at McDonald's. Oh goddamn. Yeah, that's well, Yaren, I will say that that is treading into territory that I am certainly not going to speak about on the channel. Um, but yeah, I don't know how that's going. I don't know what those workers are going to, what they're hoping to achieve. Um, I don't think Microsoft cares. You know, I guess we'll find out. We'll find out, Yaren. Chill, chill. My God, Luna's so scary, dude. She just always looks like she's gonna attack. Mafia: The Old Country is an 8 out of 10. It's a focused narrative game with an open world backdrop. You can eventually explore it throughout the story and unlock free ride when you finish the game. I'm looking forward to playing Mafia eventually. I'm not gonna lie, I am flabbergasted at how long it's going to take me to platinum. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've had multiple times I've had the thought, I think I might just give up on trying to platinum Death Stranding, because I understand when I was getting comments from people and seeing people in the chat a couple weeks ago where they're like, dude, this is a nightmare. Like, I can't do this. Or they were just basically expressing how insane it was. I was like, it's probably not that bad. I'm in the thick of it now, and like, holy shit, dude. Um, it it's a test. It's not difficult. It's just Neo, you're saying MBG, I legit have 3 more facilities left, and I just can't. Dude, even I gotta say, come on, you gotta push, Neo. Get those last 3. Yeah, I don't know. I have, I think like 37 or maybe like 35 facilities left, and I'm just like, it's satisfying to 5-star facility. It's not satisfying when I know that, bro, you still got like 30 plus left. It's crazy. It's like, dude, what makes it crazy, I'm sorry to just go on this random tangent. What makes it crazy is how many deliveries you have to do for some of these facilities. Some of these facilities require they require a ridiculous amount of deliveries, and it's just like, this is insane. Neo says, you know what? I'll just throw it on with the stream on. There you go. He's gonna do it. Neo's gonna do it. He feels motivated now. You could do it, Neo. We believe in you. I won't give up yet, either. Not yet. I'm saying yet. Like, it's implied I'm going to give up. Anyway, Tarnish, you're saying MBG Moore's Law is struggling. Differences are harder to notice unless AI makes a massive jump, and consumers will be less inclined to spend more to get a bit better clarity on their games. PS6, $500 equals a W. Well, what I was gonna say is, okay, Luna, boss, I'm sorry, guys. We're still sitting at 0 members for the day. I don't know what to tell you. All right, they're like both of them are like taking turns going crazy over the treats. What I was gonna say is that, like, the big thing I'm already beginning to notice now that we have leakers like Kepler L2, we have leakers like Heisenberg, and among others, Moore's Law is dead. They're all coming out and revealing the specifications of these upcoming consoles and devices. And it's clear that there's going to be a relatively significant power gap between the what will be the next Xbox and what will be the PlayStation 6. And there's like 2 big disconnects here. So if we're not talking about price, because pricing is a major disconnect, if we're putting the pricing aside, I don't understand. And I mean this. I mean this without any. I know it's going to sound snarky. I'm not trying to be snarky, but I don't understand how, for the Xbox enthusiasts, the vocal Xbox enthusiasts on the internet that are still here, being enthusiastic and being very vocal, I don't understand how you can go multiple generations where the Xbox was already the more powerful console, especially with, I think, like the Xbox One X was significant. The GPU was significantly more powerful than the Pros, and it literally doesn't matter. Like, it's proven, just like right now with the Pro. Like, the Pro is the most powerful console on the market, and you're seeing somehow we've reached a timeline where you're seeing Xbox games being prioritized for the Pro, and Sony having the best versions of Xbox games. It's really weird, but the point is, like, it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? What's that doing for Sony? So I don't think it's doing much. People, like, most people are still just buying the regular PS5 and continue to do so. Now, anybody who really cares about the power factor, sure, maybe they will gravitate towards something like the Pro, and maybe they will gravitate towards this powerful Xbox device. But I'm just saying, like, we've been down this road not once, but numerous times. And I don't think it's a bad thing if Xbox has the power factor. I just think it's insane that I'm already seeing the same people immediately they're doing the thing again. It's like, here we go again. Like, guys, we really, like, I'm just surprised, man. I'm just surprised that you're already seeing some people coming out and they're focused on the power factor. It's like, okay, all right, man. And Jake Skew 29 comes in and he kicks it off an hour and a half into the stream. He says, I will be the first one to drop a member gift. He's giving us hope. He's giving my cats hope that we may still somehow make it to 25 today. Jake, thank you so much for that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, bro. Yeah, remember, guys, you can always drop a single member gift, help contribute. Oh, God, I play one soundbite, and boss is over here like, is it time? Like, not yet. Not yet, boss. It's not time yet. Come on. Bro was looking at me. PS3 was more powerful, but that split RAM is what effed it. Neo, which video should I watch? You hear the new Xbox generation will be only 10% more powerful than the PS6? Well, I mean, my question, I'll be honest, like, I don't pay that close attention to GPUs anymore. Like, I mean, I really never have. I don't know what the power difference is between a Radeon 9070 XT and a RTX 5080. I could look it up. Here, boss, get down for a second. I'll Google it right now. What does it say? 5080. So I said, what is the power difference between a Radeon 9070 XT and an RTX 5080? It says the RTX 5080 is expected to be more powerful than the RX 9070 XT, but the 9070 XT is likely to have better power efficiency. While the 9070 XT has a lower TDP at 304 watts, the 5080 is sitting at 360 watts. The 5080's higher power draw, suggests it might offer greater performance, especially in tasks that benefit more from raw power. However, the 9070 XT's lower power consumption make it a more energy efficient option, and it may even outperform the 5080 in certain scenarios with overclocking. Why did it sound like I literally just read a description of the next two consoles and how that's exactly what that's what it's going to be. Boss is starving. I'm shunning you, boss. Don't do it. Lady Gamer is saying Xbox fans only care about the power more than anything else. 20 to 40% depending on the game is what you're saying, Lure Cannon. Get an RTX 6090. Don't purchase the PS6. Radeon has more pure rasterization, and NVIDIA has far superior software. Ray tracing and DLSS is still way ahead of RDNA. From my understanding, though, Scuba Tang, RDNA 5 is set to close that gap very significantly. If I understand correctly, what we're hearing about RDNA's feature set and software set is going to be, I don't necessarily know that it's going to catch like or surpass NVIDIA, but it's going to close that gap. If you own a Pro, you probably won't need a PS6. That'll be an interesting thing to see. I'm very interested in seeing how Sony tries to talk to the PS5 Pro owners. I hope the PS6 can seem to continue to adopt the space look, something like the PS5 aesthetic. You want the PS6 to look similar to the PS5? I'd be open for some. I mean, I don't know. The problem is it'll be tough to differentiate it. I feel like the PS6 is either going to look very similar to the PS5 and confuse the hell out of people, where it's looking like a PS5 Pro, or it's going to look way different, and it's going to like be very clear that this is a PS6. This is not a PS5 or a PS5 Pro. This is a PS6. Like when you look at the PS5 next to the PS4, it's like there's no mistaking that they're not even remotely the same thing. IBG, I heard Xbox fans are boycotting Black Myth Wukong because they think Sony had the marketing rights. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Why would they boycott it? Like, shouldn't they just be happy that they're getting it? Oh my god. Wasn't there someone saying that the leap from the PS5 to PS6 will be bigger than the PS4 to PS5? I'm not sure about that one, Neo. Michael says, let's make sketches of what we think it'll look like. I get to vote on it. Oh, yo, Michael, by the way, no joke. After the whole pizza thing yesterday, I ended up buying, or Mrs. MBG, I should say. She ended up buying 2 Red Baron pizzas that we didn't eat yesterday. We might eat them tonight for dinner. I'm not sure. But we got a Supreme and a pepperoni. So, told you, man. Can't go wrong with Red Baron. Moore's Law's Dead speculates that they're waiting for the PS6 to RTX remix PS3 games with path tracing. Whoa. That's some crazy speculation, dude. All right, Tarnished, have a good walk. Saying let them boycott it, they weren't going to buy it anyway. Shit. Well, I almost just wonder, to be honest, like I wonder if the conversation around the power factor next gen is going to, I don't want to say not matter at all, but it will matter the least it ever has. I wonder if that's like a real situation we're looking at, because I mean, if again, like at what point is it just like we're splitting hairs? Because if you look at some of the differences between Series X and PS5 games, or Series X and PS5 Pro, or PS5 and PS5 Pro, some people with some games are even having a hard time seeing the differences now. So I don't know. She's a great woman with excellent taste in pizza and men. Well, thank you, Michael. And men. If they really want to sell the PS6, make Bloodborne remake with path tracing a launch title. Oh my god. Oh man. I mean, I feel like, yeah, dude. That's it. That's it. That's the win. Path traced, dude, a path traced Bloodborne remake. Oh my god, people would die. People would literally die if Sony did that. And we have Yaren with another $2 super chat saying, "Would you move to PC because of lossless scaling?" What is lossless scaling? Let me look this up. Lossless scaling is a third-party tool available on Steam that enhances visual quality and performance in windowed applications, especially games, by using spatial and temporal scaling. It addresses visual blurring and performance issues that can occur when running games at lower resolutions or when games lack built-in upscaling technologies. Interesting. Universal compatibility works with most GPUs in games. This sounds a lot like DLSS or PSSR or something like that, or FSR. I'm not sure what the difference is exactly. Like, does it just do it automatically? Is that the difference? Did that with your Steam Deck frame gen? Luna, what are you doing? Stop that. None of us do. It's frame gen. Well, I'll be honest, man. Nothing would really get me to move the PC unless Sony like is just done with consoles. you know. Um if Sony Here's the thing, here's what's interesting to think about, right? If Sony, not Sony, if Microsoft, their next console, it comes out and it turns out it is just a PC. It's a PC being marketed as a console, but it is literally a Windows PC. That's what it is. You have that. Then you have the Switch 2, which is not a high-end console. It is a hybrid console that is trying its best to get, modern games to run well enough on it, right? And then you have the PC market. I think Sony will continue to make consoles for the foreseeable future because there's no one else to take their place. And there's a market for it. Granted, that market may not be growing, and in some cases, that market may shrink over time. But it's a large market. We're talking about potentially like 150, 180, possibly. If we're talking about every person who's bought a console ever, you're talking about a potential market of 200 million plus. So the market exists. The desire to have that higher end, more premium home console that won't break the bank. It's not a PC. It's not a hybrid. It's a dedicated home console unit. Sony, like, if Microsoft really is going in the direction of PC, Sony will be I guess what I'm trying to say is it'll probably be pretty useless to try to compare the PS6 to the next Xbox or any other Xbox device, because at that point you're basically trying to compare. You're seeing the PS5 Pro being compared to a PC, where it's like, what's even the point? You know, like, what's the point? The reason why I always thought that the PS5 Pro PC comparisons were silly is because it doesn't really matter. They're doing very different things. Like, literally, one device it does one thing, and it does that one thing very well at an affordable price point, and that is it plays games. It sits next to your TV or under your entertainment center, on your entertainment center or under it, and it plays games. The other thing, a PC does everything, and it's highly customizable, it's highly configurable. The entry price point you pay doesn't, you can upgrade it. What, you know what I mean? And there you have, and I'm just saying, like, they're two completely different things. So if that's the direction that the next Xbox is going in ultimately, where it's like it is literally a Windows PC, then you can see why Sony would just continue to release consoles, because I think, who's going to take that spot? Who's going to make the premium high-end home console? I don't think there is anybody. Nintendo's clearly not going to make a normal traditional console, not anytime soon. Um, Xbox would have been that company, but they're not. They're doing the opposite. Xbox is getting away from making traditional consoles. So yeah, man, I feel like for me, the only thing that would ever get me to actually embrace PC is if Sony stopped making a traditional home console. If they stop doing that, where else? I'm not going to go to Nintendo. Maybe I would go to the Xbox. I don't know at that point. But we have Yaren with a super chat saying you can use it on even Okami, which always ran at 30 frames per second, even on PC, but would run at 60 to 144 frames per second. It can be used on emulators too. That's actually crazy. This is what I mean with some of this technology, man. Where it's like everything's going to be able to do everything. Hey, stop that. You're ripping the carpet. Knock it off. Let's all go to Nintendo until the ship sinks. Yeah, Yaren, that's super fascinating to me. I do wonder. I mean, is this a technology that's Could it be implemented on consoles? Well, I mean, I know the Switch is using DLSS. Sony has their own version, but I don't know. Do you think Sony can make their own version of something like lossless scaling? I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why it's going off like that. 40 FPS is the goal, you think? It would feel odd from 30 FPS. Well, I mean, look, I'm extremely interested in this next Xbox console just for the fact that, it's going to be exciting to see how it turns out. Like, what is Microsoft doing? It's going to be even more exciting to think about the implications it may or may not have on the PlayStation 6 and how Sony's going to handle that. I just don't think we're going to see. You know what? I'm going to make a prediction. This is my prediction. I think you're going to see certain people and certain groups of people, could be us, we could be part of it. But you're going to see certain people try to approach the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox as like, let's compare and like treat it like they're trying to tap into the same market, and they're competing. And I think that's understandable. Like I think, just if that's all the information you have, there's another Xbox and there's another PlayStation. Of course, you're going to talk about them as competing. But then I think there's going to be one major factor that will make that conversation deflate like a balloon, and I think it will be the price. I think that's what's going to end up happening. Luna, what is wrong with you guys? We have Terry Boss coming in with a super chat saying, "Hello, MBG again. Gamescom predictions. My prediction for Gamescom is there's going to be games. We're going to see games at Gamescom. I don't really have any major predictions right now. I think what I'm going to do, Terry, is the day before Gamescom, either Sunday or Monday, because I think Gamescom is on Tuesday. We'll talk about it. We'll give our predictions. We'll talk about what we want to see, what we hope to see. Shoot. Get. Get, boy. And Terry Boss with another super chat says, "Will you stream Gamescom?" Yes. Terry, yes. I will be streaming. I'm going to snap if you don't get away from... Dude, I'm going to have to get a spray bottle and just start spraying, boss. Actually, that's a really dangerous idea because I'm going to end up... That's a stupid idea. Yeah, Terry, I'm going to be streaming Gamescom. But the day before, we might even do predictions the day of Gamescom, because I'll probably be going live before it, before it actually airs. You know how we do it. Will Sony be there? I don't know. I'm not expecting them. I think Helldivers will be there. Something with Xbox. I think Sony will be there through Helldivers on Xbox, bro. Your wife wants Kingdom Hearts 4, and I tell her I don't expect it after Dragon Quest 12. Yaren with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. Saying developers believe exclusivity is no longer viable. Surely shows over 90% of developers agree that full exclusivity will not be used in future titles. Or survey. Sorry, I don't know why I read that wrong. You said survey shows that over 90% of developers agree that full exclusivity will not be used in future titles. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. The writing is on the wall. And the only one that's going to ignore it is Nintendo. Literally, the only one that's going to ignore it is Nintendo. I just think that when people want to have these conversations, Yaron, about exclusivity, I just think you have to be a little bit more, not you, but we have to be a little bit more nuanced than that. We can't talk about it in an extremist terminology. Like, there are no more exclusives. That's not true. Or everything should be exclusive. Not only is that not true, but that's ridiculous, Or you know what? A more extremist viewpoint. God, dude. How are this? Sorry, it's this cat. A more extremist viewpoint would be, um, you know, company A, B, or C is making a huge mistake if not everything is exclusive. And I just think we're at this point. I think we're at this point where it's clear that that's not. It's just gonna be a rough transition, Yaron. It is a rough transition that we're witnessing right now because people, they're like I said, there are groups of people where it's just they have an expectation. They have an expectation like this is how it has to be. There has to be exclusivity. And I'm telling you right now, and remember I'm saying this too. And I'm not saying there are no positives or pros to exclusivity. There are. I think Sony will still maintain a level of timed exclusivity because why wouldn't they at this point? Doesn't hurt them, seemingly. And we don't know how much it could help them if they went full blown, like no exclusivity. Just remember I'm saying this though. Anybody who is willing to stay on that island, exclusivity island is what we'll call it. Like, we're not leaving, we're defending this island. It's like eventually, I don't know if it's going to be like a year from now or 5 years from now. 5 years would be quite a long time. I think it'll be much sooner than that. But those people are going to realize that the only thing they're defending against are the same people on that island that believe the same exact thing. And there's not going to be many of them. There's just going to be a group of people left on this island that was abandoned a long time ago. And they're going to be fighting over this. And Nintendo is not part of that because anybody who wants to be part of Nintendo is already on Nintendo Island or will be on Nintendo Island. So this is like a separate island. It's not PlayStation Island. It's not Xbox Island. It's not Nintendo Island. It's not PC Island. It's just this, it's like Console War Island, I think is what we'll call it. Like Australia. No. And I do think that at some point, like you're going to see more and more people just leaving that island because they're going to realize like, wait a second, hold on, there's always going to be that one person that's still in the tree though, like the Japanese soldier that was in the trees for 30 years after World War II ended, and they needed to like bring the commander in 30 years later to tell him to stand down. War's over, bro. It's been over for like decades. Devil Shooter says, I'll defend and leave to what serves me best. There you go. There you go. I just think it's an end of it. We're witnessing the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. And that transition is going to be a bit rough. But, I'm not willing to sit here and jump to conclusions, though, and say that, well, this clearly means that next year Sony's going to announce 5 ports of their single-player games to Xbox. That's not really what I mean. And I feel like you're seeing those console war people, they latch on to specific examples like that because I'll put it to you this way. The people who claim to hate the console war the most are very likely the ones that are the most engaged with it or need it to be relevant. I don't necessarily know that that's true for this channel. Certainly there are people who partake in this channel that if exclusivity is gone, they're gone. And I get that. But generally speaking, I think that more people are waking up to the realization that the competition aspect has always been interesting, always been entertaining, and always will be, but it's diminishing. And the competition aspect is actually transforming into a landscape of, it's not that there isn't competition, but the competition seemingly is going to exist between development studios and publishers. not necessarily platform holders and hardware manufacturers. And this is why when I talk about the Xbox Magnus APU, um, truthfully, the real reason I'm even bringing it up in the stream is because it's like we have more evidence that this is literally just going to be a PC. And I feel like that's going to create a much less interesting um, competitive angle between the PlayStation 6 and this next Xbox device to a degree that if the next PlayStation is $500 or $600, if Sony manages to achieve that, I could see this next Xbox being $8 to $1,000. And if that's what ends up happening, like these things are not competing with one another, even remotely. You know, like who's trying to compare the PS5 Pro to the Switch 2 right now? Nobody. Nobody. Because everybody is, they look at that and they're like, they're not trying to speak to the same player or the same market, not even remotely. They're on the opposite end of one another. I think that's what you might see with the PS6 and the next Xbox, where the next Xbox is going to be an extremely expensive, very powerful box that will be, it will flex that and be like multiple storefronts. PC. We got Steam. It's a PC. It's a very powerful one. We got the Xbox logo on it. Check it out. And I think that there will be people interested in that. I think you're going to see a couple of people online. I think you know who I'm talking about. You're going to see a couple people online screaming, dude, from the rooftop about this device, trying to convince you, me, and our mothers that this thing is the be all end all. Only for it to go on to sell a couple million units. I think the PS6 is going to be released, and it's going to be, less powerful, more affordable, maybe struggle a little bit to differentiate itself from the PS5 Pro, but it's going to sell appreciably. It's going to sell. It may not match the PS4 and PS5, but it's going to blow past whatever this next Xbox device is, and it's going to be clear. So it's like, oh my God, look at how many millions of units more the PS6 sold than this Xbox. You're going to see the people who are screaming about the Xbox from the rooftop saying, well, it's because it's cheaper. And it's like, that's not why. Because if that was the case, if the PlayStation 6 is going to sell better than the next Xbox based off of a cheaper price point, that's that logic, it just doesn't add up, because it's like, well, if that were the case, then Xbox theoretically should be beating PlayStation right now. Like Xbox should be outselling PlayStation because they have the cheaper console. They have had the cheaper console the entire gen. Do you get what I'm saying? And the only reason I'm talking about console sales right now is just because I'm actually using the sales. I'm using the console sales as a means to make it clear that the competition is non-existent. Does that make sense? Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully it does. Maybe it's not making any sense. But it's not about who's going to sell more consoles. That is over. We know who's going to sell more consoles. We know who sold more consoles. And we know who's going to. That question is already answered. The question on who's going to have the better device, now that's a more interesting question. Like which place is going to be best to play? That is a better question. But I think the answer to that question is no different than what we just went through again with the PS5 Pro and PC. Where I remember when the PS5 Pro came out, like and it's still kind of toxic with this conversation, but it was just totally toxified. And I just had to settle on, dude, you just got to play where you think you're going to have a better time at. Like if you love PC and you look at the PS5 Pro and you're like, what the hell even is the point of that? Then that's the conversation's over. There is no point. You don't see a point. You're not interested in it. You want to play on PC. So you've already settled on where you're going to have the best time. And anybody who sees the PS5 Pro and says, dude, that shit looks awesome, I can't wait. or even just has an interest of like, I want to see what games look like on it, yeah, there you go. You have an idea of where you're going to want to play your games. And I just think that all these lanes are going to be very clearly defined by the time we get to 2027. Which system do I think is offering more? Well, I think objectively speaking, the next Xbox will literally offer more options. I think if you buy this console, you will have presumably just as many options as you would buying a PC. But, I think that's where it's like, well, at that point, you have to ask an individual, like, what do you prefer? Because the argument I try to make all the time is that for everybody who says that PC is so much better, right? Like people who talk about PC is the best place to play. I'm not here to say it isn't. I'm just here to ask, well, why is it that tens of millions of people still prefer not to play on PC? If it really was the best place to play, then everybody would be there. Not everybody is. In fact, a very large chunk of people are not. Why is that? I don't think it's because it's not a good place to play. I think it's just because it turns out that people different strokes for different folks, man. Like I think it turns out that people do like having not just options in a device by itself. Like I like having a device that gives me multiple options. People actually like just having options extended beyond that, where it's like, well, where where are other places I can play and what's it like? What are the limitations? What are the features, right? These are all things that people question and they look into and they matter. And so I just think that the days of these platform holders fighting aggressively, being like, we have this feature and they don't. I think the days of that being a thing are over. Like, for example, I think Microsoft is going to market the shit out of the fact that Steam will be available on the next Xbox. I think Microsoft's going to be all over that. And I think it'll be a good selling point. And I think that's a selling point you're going to see people latching onto, again, screaming from the rooftops. But they're going to be doing it for a very, very, very expensive device. And I think ultimately it's just going to end up being something where it's like, well, it's there, it's an option, and we're going to market it. How do you feel about that, Sony? And I think Sony's just going to be like, okay. Yeah. Hey, if you buy that device, make sure you buy our games on Steam. I think that's what Sony's going to say. Like, I think we're seeing that now. They're going to say, please buy it. Make sure you buy Helldivers. Check out The Last of Us. Buy Ghost of Tsushima. I don't think Sony's going to look at that and be like, uh-oh, what are we going to do? Bro, that's crazy. You have your PS5 facing a corner in shame. Holy shit. What if the next Xbox fails dramatically? Where do you see PlayStation going without competition? I feel like that is dangerous because they'll raise the prices. They'll raise the prices out of the wazoo. The wazoo, damn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it's a good question. I'm not sure. I feel like we can look at what's going on right now. Early 90s gamer. I think what's going on right now shows us a Sony handling a dramatic failure from their competition. Because let's face it, the Xbox Series consoles failing to sell 30 million is a dramatic failure. That's that's pretty bad. And especially when Sony is at 80 million now, you could make the argument that now is that time, right? Like now would be the time for Sony to go crazy and be like, time to price gouge, baby. And instead, Microsoft is the one that raises the prices, which, there is a reason for that. It's because Microsoft is like, dude, we're making money on our consoles now. We don't care if we sell 10, we're making money on them. And you still see Sony terrified to raise the price of the PS5, at least in the US. their most important market. I think this gives us a clear indication that the next Xbox, whatever it's going to be, could sell 2 million units, and Sony would still stick with reasonable pricing to hit volume, to hit a mass market. Um, I guess what I'm trying to say, because that is a good question. I think when Sony says we're just kind of worried about doing our own thing, like we're worried about the lane we're in and what's ahead of us. I actually believe them. Like, I don't think Sony's looking at Microsoft anymore as competition. And I think the fact that Helldivers is about to launch on Xbox with a Halo event is what proof do you need that Sony doesn't see Microsoft as competition anymore? Um some people, some people believe that did I just get a oh wow, that was really delayed. Some people believe that that I'm sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought because I got really distracted by that. I was like, wait, did I miss a super chat? Because that was super delayed. Holy shit. That super chat was from 20, almost 30 minutes ago, like 25 minutes ago. Like, what? Why did it just pop up on the screen now? I don't know what's going on with the streaming software. But, yeah, I think that Sony, they still need to be aware of their pricing. Sony's still trying to grow. I think people forget that. People forget that Sony's trying to grow in the gaming space, not just in one area, though. They're not just trying to grow their unit sales. They're not just trying to grow their console sales. I mean, they're trying to grow every aspect of it. And in doing that, they have to be thoughtful about their approach. If they just wanted to be a crazy company that's like, we're going to price gouge everybody, and go crazy, they could do that. And they could probably, to a degree, get away with it. People look at that with the PlayStation 5 Pro, but at the same time, it's like the PS5 Pro, as I've always said and will maintain, is a completely optional device where you don't need a Pro. And I've even recommended against people getting it, depending on what their expectations are. And so I think the Pro represents that there is an enthusiastic group of PlayStation players that, yeah, they'll pay a little bit more to get a little bit more. And I think that exists everywhere, ultimately. Um, but Sony can't take that approach to the wider market, you know, uh, across the board. And Ray comes in. Ray was teasing the 5 bomb. Ray comes in. He drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. He's like, we got to get this thing moving, bro. Oh my God, boss, immediately. I need to until we hit the 25, I have to lower my voice. I have to bring down my excitement. I don't want to because, Ray, I appreciate that, bro. And I want to see us get to that 25. It's slow moving today. Slow moving today. Just waiting for Silent Spartan to pop up. If Silent Spartan shows up, we'll be taken care of. Boss, you'll be taken care of. Don't worry. But Ray, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's boss right now. Get out. That was a fail, bro. This cat. Good stuff. Good stuff, Ray. Thank you for the 5 bomb. There was one other point I wanted to make. We have Lux here with a super chat saying next Xbox is Microsoft leaving hardware a nothing burger. You think so? I mean, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. It's like it's a compromise. It's like what's the closest we could get to leaving the hardware space without actually leaving it? It's like just make the next console a Windows PC. It's still hardware. And you can turn to your console base and say, we made something. We didn't abandon you, you know? But it's like, yeah, but it is just a PC, you know? Not yet, boss. It's not time. It's them moving their console players to PC. There you go. That's exactly what it is. And Could that end up being a nothing burger at the end of the day? Maybe. Maybe. Don't do it. Don't do it, boss. I see you. Bro is seeing how the industry is changing. It is. I'm confused. Weren't you just talking about console warring? No, I'm saying you will still see people console warring. Like aggressively. There's going to be a lot of people that are not going to, and I understand it's going to take time for people, but there are going to be a lot of people that it's like they're still going to look at what's about to happen as it's Sony and Microsoft going toe to toe, and they're absolutely not doing that. And I think literally Sony and Microsoft are out here showing you, like they're flat out showing you, like we're not fighting each other anymore. Like we gave PlayStation our games. Gears is next. Gears is next, bro. And Sony, in return, is like, yeah, we wanted to bring Helldivers to Xbox. So I don't, I really don't know what angle there is. The Honestly, I think you're still gonna see people like mercilessly kind of hating on PlayStation to a degree. And I will encourage people. If like right now, there's a lot of people that think that the setup for what Microsoft is going to do in 2027 with this Xbox Magnus Game Pass, uh, having Steam on the console. I sincerely encourage people, like, if you want to if you want to hurt Sony, go buy that device and spend all your time and money on that Xbox PC hardware. But I'm telling you, I'm like, I know I may sound a little arrogant saying this, and I'm not trying to come off that way, but I just have this really, really strong feeling. Dude, this next Xbox device is going to struggle to make it to 10 million. It's going to be extremely niche. And one of the reasons I believe this is because I think I don't want to say that like Sony and Microsoft are in cahoots and like talking to one another, but you do have to ask yourself, like, what the hell changed? We're out of, like, dude, Sony wouldn't even look in Xbox's direction. They wouldn't even look at them, bro. They treated them like the devil. Their arch rival, their nemesis. And then overnight, they're like, actually, we like these guys. Hell, let's do a Halo collab on Helldivers 2. You have to ask yourself what changed. And I'll tell you, it's not that Sony gave up on the console. It's definitely not that. It's not that both Sony and Microsoft shook hands saying we both agree that the console market's dead, right? No, it's that I think, if I'm being honest, I think it's Mark Cerny being part of AMD with Project Amethyst. I think Sony knows. I think Microsoft flat out told Sony. Like, I think Phil got on the phone and had a conversation with Herman or Hideaki Nishino or somebody and was just like, in case you're wondering what our next console is going to be and how much we're going to charge for it, here's what it is. It's actually going to be a PC. It's going to be like $1,000. Just giving you that heads up. And you know why Microsoft would want to do that? Because this is the important part. Why the hell would Microsoft talk to Sony about this shit? Dude, because look at how many copies of Microsoft games are selling on PlayStation. What I'm trying to say is that Microsoft is banking on making more money through the PS5 and PS6 than they are probably their own hardware going forward. So in other words, they went from being their enemy, their rival. We want to, we want to take these guys down, to actually, we want to help you kind of sell units. Like we want to make sure we're not getting in your way, because holy shit, look at how many copies of Forza we just sold, and that's a 4-year-old game. Like, I don't think people understand how much money Microsoft is about to make dropping Halo on PlayStation. It's going to be absurd. It's going to be absurd. And let's talk about Forza Horizon 6. If Forza Horizon 5 can sell over 3 million copies on PS5 4 years after the fact, be the best-selling new game on PlayStation for the entire year, Forza Horizon 6 now as could be a 10 million plus seller for Microsoft on fucking PlayStation. Believe me when I tell you, we are at a point, as crazy as it sounds, where Microsoft wants Sony to sell a lot of units, bro. Like, Microsoft is now also in the stands cheering for Sony and their console and cheering for the Switch too. If that's, because I'm assuming they're going to release games on the Switch too as well. And it's not at all unreasonable to think that part of this process is Sony and Microsoft talking behind closed doors and being like, listen, we see what you're doing. We were thinking maybe about putting Helldivers on Xbox. But we got to know. We got to know, like, what's going on. We got to know what you're doing. Because we've spent the last 3 decades viewing you as a threat. And seemingly, you're not, you're sending us a message that you are no longer a threat. And I think these conversations, to a certain degree, I don't know if they're at, I make it sound like they're so crazy and top secret. It's probably not that crazy. I think that these conversations, to a degree, have taken place. Or if they haven't taken place directly, there's basically like enough, you know what I mean? Like, they're hearing from like across the street, like what they're doing, you know? Um, and that's kind of my view of this. The more I see, the more insider information we get, the clearer the picture becomes. And Lux, you're saying here, everyone has that opinion why Microsoft is leaving hardware. Wait, what was that? I'm a little. You said that a couple minutes ago. What was that in reference to, Lux? Pushing Polygon says MBG. Then they can really bring back Red versus Blue, Nintendo versus Sony in Halo. There you go. Halo and Helldivers 2 is to ensure that Xbox players will buy the game because it's not on Game Pass. It's a great sales tactic. I agree. I think it'll be effective. Oh, you're saying, Lux, you were saying that it won't sell? Well, I guess what I'm trying to say, Lux, is that I even think Microsoft is purposely positioning. Look, I know that this is a take that people are gonna like hound me for. Where it's like, did bro just say Microsoft doesn't even want to sell their own console? I'm not saying they don't want to sell it. I'm just saying they have no fear anymore. They have no fear. They are like, we will put out $1,000 console PC device, and we will not give a single shit how many units it sells. In fact, we care more about the health of the PlayStation 5 and the Switch 2 than we do our own box. I think that's a real thing that we're witnessing right now. And, I'm not saying that Microsoft is turning to their own player base and saying, fuck you guys. No, they're not doing that. They're giving their own player base what they want. Their own player base says, we want Game Pass. We want day one games on Game Pass. We want new hardware. Microsoft's like, all right, we got you. We got you. But when it comes to Microsoft's long-term business goals, I don't know, man. It seems like they're finding success in all other areas. And so it would make sense why they would, they want to, I don't know. They want to kind of push other consoles to find the market, right? To proliferate the market. So it's like, so now we can push our software. Microsoft is a software company at the end of the day, man. You think the Xbox division has fear, but Microsoft, you suspect, has no fear? Maybe that's a more accurate way of putting it, yeah. Um, you're saying with Helldivers 2 on Xbox, the motivation of Xbox creating their own Helldivers like game, um, instead of getting Helldivers like a Helldivers-esque Halo game, you will only be getting Halo in Helldivers 2. That's very interesting. Yeah, and I wouldn't blame Microsoft or Sony for that. That again falls into the realm of this is. It almost seems like live service games are causing the homogenization of games in general. You know, where it's like, I mean, we've been talking extensively about Battlefield 6 versus Call of Duty, and don't get me wrong, like there is certainly competition there, but I think at the end of the day, everybody realistically understands like these are very different games. If Battlefield, I want you to think about this for a second. If Battlefield came out and really tried to copy Call of Duty, I mean, like we're making like EA is making their own Call of Duty now, and they're just using the Battlefield name. The conversation would be completely different. Like the conversation right now is that these two juggernauts, with Call of Duty being a much bigger juggernaut, they can exist next to each other and find that massive success. Call of Duty will probably find more success, but Battlefield will find big success too. And they're going to be able to do that because they're different enough. If EA tried to make literally a Call of Duty clone, it would. Let's not forget what Ubisoft did, bro. That's what Ubisoft did. Ubisoft was like, we're going to make a Call of Duty clone in X Defiant. And I remember when that game first was being marketed and people were playing it, they were like, this might actually be the Call of Duty killer. And all people ended up realizing is this is just Call of Duty, but slightly worse. That's literally what it is. And it died. It immediately died. Very promptly died. Because there's no room for another Call of Duty game. And you can kind of look at something like Helldivers and ask, like, is there room for another Helldivers game? And I think the answer to that question is no, there is not. I don't think there is. I think that Helldivers is Helldivers, and anything that tries to be like it will fail because people will be like, this is like Helldivers, but worse. And I think that there's just more and more live service games like that. Oh my God. Guys, we're sitting at 6 memberships. We just need 19 more. 19 more. Come on, boss. Get your ass out of here, bro. 19 more, and boss can leave me at this point, I am begging. Help me get to 25. Free me. Free me from this agony, because he will not stop, bro. Oh, the finals? Apex Legends were, oh yeah, I remember that game. I think I played a couple rounds of that. If Helldivers 2 is exclusive to PlayStation, Xbox would have motivation to create their own Helldivers-like game. That is true. That is true. But I don't know, man. I feel like we've been down this road. You know, it's interesting to think that, like, yeah, Halo is what inspired Sony to make their own game with Killzone. But Killzone just didn't do it. Killzone never reached the heights that Halo did, and so Sony was just like, okay, well, now it's not just Halo. Now it's Halo and then Call of Duty and Counter-Strike, and it's like, all right, well, forget it. I'm not sure. I feel like there's no denying that we are witnessing less competition than ever before. But we also have to ask ourselves, how much of this is due to like the refinement of the industry as a whole? You know? And Jake Skew comes in. Jake Skew answers the call. He dropped a single gift earlier. He's dropping another single gift for you guys bringing us up to 7. So, Jake, thank you for that, buddy. Oh, no, hold on. I'm all messed up here. Jake, thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
single
Appreciate it.
member gift. Once again, the reminder, you can always drop single gifts. This era of everyone staying in their own lanes just hampers the competition and creativity, I feel. Well, I think it's a potent combination of two things. I think we're witnessing a peak in refinement in the industry alongside um economic challenges. And I think these two things combined is why we're seeing what we're seeing. And what I mean by refinement is exactly what I reference with Call of Duty all the time. It's like, why is there not a Call of Duty competitor? Like, why is it that if a company like Ubisoft says we want to make a Call of Duty competitor, it just crashes and burns immediately? Even if it was like X Defiant was not a bad game, it was like a pretty competent game. The problem is that you're trying to take on something that has been refined thoroughly and deeply for the last 20 years to a point where, you know, they've dotted their I's and crossed their T's and then some. The chances of you with your first game, you know, being able to match that or get anywhere close to that is almost zero. And not only, like, if you had the belief and the conviction that we think we can do it, do you financially, can you do it? Because it's also a very expensive game that has, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars dumped into it every year. So there's a potent combination of, like I said, refinement and um you know, just the economic realities of Sony said it themselves. Like, dude, Sony flat out said we don't have the resources to make a Call of Duty competitor. You're fucking Sony, bro. What do you mean you don't have the resources? And it's because they know, like, we would have to have like 6 studios at all times working on whatever this Call of Duty competitor would be, and we literally can't do that. Not without making an investment, not without making a ridiculous investment that probably won't pay off. Although it still sounds better than what they did with Bungie. Not gonna lie. Hang tight, boss. We still might make it. We still might make it. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Battlefield 6 did it. It seems that way. We're gonna well, keep in mind. Think about what EA did. EA has like 4 or 5 of their studios. And these are all the studios that they have working on Battlefield were all studios that were making their own games previously. Don't forget that. So there is truth to what Sony said, where in order for EA to make Battlefield 6 happen on this scale, they had to literally convert 3 or 4 of their studios to being like, you're working on Battlefield now. And yeah, most of them are support studios. And that's what happened with Activision Studios. And yeah, man, it's just, I don't know. It's a tough thing. I don't think there won't be competition. I just think that the competition is going to come in a different form now. You know, I think we're also in a time where, sure, um, you may not see a company like Ubisoft succeeding in making a Call of Duty competitor, and you may not see a company like Sony making a Call of Duty competitor. But you know what you will see? You'll see a group of like indie devs on Roblox making their own Call of Duty Roblox that actually has a massive player base because it's made so well and it's reminiscent of the older Call of Duty games. And that group of indie developers did that on, I don't even know if they even would have a budget, but you would imagine a shoestring budget, and found big success because it's Roblox, and people who are scrolling through games on Roblox have a certain how do I put it? I don't know how to say it without sounding rude. Like, they don't have the highest standard, is what I'll say. And you know, that's what's kind of ironic about this, is that you do kind of see how like the middle lane, if you have the low end, indie stuff, and you have the big budget, high end, big profile blockbusters, it seems like a lot of the stuff in the middle is the stuff that kind of got squeezed. Um, and so I mean, you still do see, like, I look at something like Mafia, and I'm like, this is crazy, dude. Like, I'm seeing Mafia getting bad press for the dumbest shit, and I don't know how much it negatively impacts it, but it's like, it's clear that this game was not like $100 million game or $150 million game. It's clear that this game would not be considered massive blockbuster AAA. It would be considered a modern AA game. And people are crushing it for certain things it's lacking. Like, I've seen people comparing it to Red Dead Redemption 2 with like the wood chopping or whatever. Or Red Dead Redemption 1, actually. To be fair, was the first game. But I'm like, even then, like, dude, what are we doing here? Like, this is why. Like, it's just like, this is why we don't deserve games like this, because the market is out here crying that this isn't good enough. But yet people want to talk about when Sony says we need to make the games even bigger and better. They're like, no, we don't. What are you talking about? It's like, I don't know. Do you see what people are doing? They're like damn near crucifying this $50 game for like 10 different reasons that, frankly, look, man, I haven't played the game myself, but anybody who was looking forward to this game, I haven't seen anybody say that they're not having a good time or that it's garbage or something or bad. I haven't seen people say that. I've seen people admit that there are shortcomings. I've seen people admit that, there are aspects that, feel a little bit dated. But I'm just saying, it's like, why are we at this point where we expect a $50 game, a $50 AA game, to do what a $70 or $80 AAA game would be doing? Why are we demanding that? And, there is the only argument that could be made there, in my opinion, is that it's because we wanted it to be a $70 AAA game. That this Mafia title should have been a $70 more refined, bigger budget AAA game. But then that makes me question, then what is this giant outcry for more AA games? I just don't know. I feel like, honestly, these companies are probably looking around like, what the fuck? What do they want? Like, they're probably confused too. Did you see the female Twitch streamer clip who cosplayed as Tomorrow talking about Kojima liking her posts with feet, and how on his English and Japanese accounts, bro? Oh, it was both accounts. Bro has issues. I did see those posts. I mean, never forget that Kojima requested feet scans of God, what I forget her name, but the woman that played the role of Quiet. Yeah, it's a real thing. And so it's like, this is our champion, What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Y'all think we'll get the Halo skin on PlayStation, or will it just be for Xbox? I think it'll be on PlayStation too. Yeah, I don't think that they would. Well, I don't know, actually, because I don't think they're gonna. Well, you would think that Sony, if they're gonna do a Halo thing with Helldivers, they would bring back the Killzone one as well, right? Because I think that went pretty well for them. Dude, we're getting a whole ass Halo game on PS5. So I'm a little confused by that, by the way. The rumor is that it's a new Halo game, and I'm really confused by this, because this whole I was under the impression that it was the Master Chief Collection, and this new leak where this person is looking at like the back end API or Halo API or some shit saying it's like a new multiplayer game. I'm very confused now. I don't know what's going on. There's no way it could be a new multiplayer Halo, right? Like, surely that's something that would have leaked earlier on. But it does seem like Halo is on its way to PlayStation. Yeah, I don't think it's the next mainline Halo. Last we heard, it was like a remake of the first Halo game, Combat Evolved. You think it could be just Halo Infinite, maybe the multiplayer? Halo Battle Royale has been rumored on and off for years. That would be kind of crazy. A Halo Battle Royale. Man, I don't know. What do we think? Do we think a Halo Battle Royale would work? I beg Xbox. I've been stacking Battle Pass boosts. You mean Halo Master Chief Collection? I thought we were getting Master Chief Collection. I don't know. Boss, dude, listen. I can't get blood from a stone here, bro. All right? We're sitting at 7 members. I can't. What do you want me to do? I would give you 7 treats, but all that's going to mean is you're going to just torture me even harder. Certain Affinity was working on Halo Battle Royale. It got canceled. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. We did. I think I did read about that just the other day. Yesterday, actually. Was he biting the game rack again? Leave me alone. Leave me be. Well, we're going to find out, man. Guys, let's talk about Resident Evil. Boss, why don't you tell him about the Resident Evil rumor? Go ahead. Speak into the mic. Go ahead. Let him know. What's going on? He's purring so loud. Just leash the beast already? You want me to leash him? The opposite. Meowsident Evil. Resident Meow. Resident Evil movie DOA. It's all new characters. When will they learn? I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that. Like, there's a part of me that's like, maybe we do need new characters. There's another part of me that's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I have high expectations for another Resident Evil movie, but it's apparently coming from a really good director, so I'll have a little bit of hope. Resident Evil 10's main character is a cat. Guys, the leak is that Boss is the main character of Resident Evil 10. Yeah. 2030. Be hype. You can see path traced Boss. The Resident Evil show is booty. Didn't they make a Resident Evil movie like a couple years ago for Netflix or something? And it was just god awful. It's like somehow it's like it gets worse. Where they made Leon like a dumbass or something. I'm just gonna have to stream over here now. Bossident Evil. Well, let me go over this leak with you guys. I could adjust this. So, as we know, Resident Evil 9 is going to be showing up at Gamescom. It's going to be showing up at Gamescom on Tuesday. That's been confirmed. But we have the reliable Resident Evil leaker, Dusk Golem. And he reveals a couple of things about Resident Evil 9 that I think are significant. So the big thing is Leon is in this game. Capcom is hiding the fact that Leon is in this game, and he's like the main character of the game. And according to Dusk Golem, this is going to be Leon's final game, and Resident Evil 9 is basically going to act as his send-off. Now, he doesn't say they're going to kill him off. He's just saying this is going to be his send-off title. So he lets us know that. He also lets us know that apparently there are going to be open areas in Resident Evil Rec Room. Specifically, there's going to be open areas in Raccoon City, almost like a somewhat semi-open Raccoon City, but it will be open enough that you will be able to use vehicles to get around, which this is kind of mind-blowing to me. I'm not going to lie. And the reveal of this would also be mind-blowing because what they've shown of Resident Evil 9 gameplay so far is like, you know, the new character Grace in corridors of like a mansion being stalked, and it looks very traditional horror-esque. And so if they have some kind of reveal, I don't know if this is going to be what they reveal at Gamescom, but in the future, they reveal actually Leon's in this game. You're playing as him. And there's going to be open world Raccoon City sections where you're actually using a vehicle to get around. That sounds kind of sick. I'm not like that actually sounds kind of like a dream come true type thing right there. But he also, and to me, this might be the most interesting part. Dusk Golem says that there have been new innovations in Leon's combat. And he says, let me see if I can read it word for word. He says, a small handful I don't mind sharing. They've been working hard to achieve having good performance on open level designed areas like Raccoon City, along with vehicle traversal. The combat with Leon has seen huge innovations. Honestly, some Last of Us Part 2 isms, but also has its own innovations. Now, he doesn't go into detail what these gameplay innovations are, but he's saying he's liking it to The Last of Us Part 2. And this gets me really fucking excited because The Last of Us Part 2 gameplay is not talked about enough. In fact, it's in fact just to prove to you how I don't say ignorant, but like maybe they are ignorant, but like people are so fixated on the story and the characters of The Last of Us Part 2 that when I saw this article written and posted on Insider Gaming on their Twitter, one of the top comments was saying, "Oh yeah, more of that cinematic Last of Us slop." And I'm like, "Bro, what the fuck? What are you talking about?" Like, yes, The Last of Us is a cinematic game and The Last of Us Part 2 is a cinematic game, but you clearly never played it. Because the gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2 is like S+ tier, man. Like raw gameplay and combat and visceral combat. It's one of the biggest reasons I'm still depressed that The Last of Us multiplayer was canceled. Yeah, that's true too. I probably didn't help Devil Shooter. That's why I was so excited for the multiplayer. So, like, for me, and I think for anybody who's actually played the bear with me, guys. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but my things are just going wrong today on this stream. I don't know why. We should be good now. It's my software crashed. It's out of here. All right, let me close some of these tabs that I don't need to open. Maybe that'll help. Estrogen peak for MBG there. Hopefully we're good now. You guys let me know if there are any more issues. But what I was trying to say there is hearing that some of the combat for Leon in this game is going to be reminiscent of some of the combat and gameplay in The Last of Us Part 2. That sounds fucking incredible. Like that, like honestly, that gets me, I think, more excited than almost anything I've heard about this game so far. And I was already very excited for it. So Pushing Polygon says, okay, MBG, tell me how much better is The Last of Us 1 versus 2 in gameplay. I played 1, couldn't stand it. And I heard that 2 was more of the same for the most part. I quickly became uninterested. Well, I mean, to me, the biggest difference in gameplay from The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 is in Part 2, especially when you play as Ellie. I don't know if I can say this for Abby, because Abby's meant to kind of mimic Joel and be that more kind of like brute, which is funny. But Ellie, when playing as her, I mean, she's running around. You can go prone and go full stealth mode. Some of the, I call them combos, but I don't know what else to call them. Like how you can just kind of like, if you know what you're doing, like there are clips out there. If you look up on YouTube, like brutal Last of Us Part 2 gameplay, which I wouldn't actually be able to play on my channel because it would probably get flagged. You can see just how fucking nuts the gameplay can get. When combining all the different weapons, melee, utilizing a little bit of stealth. It's crazy. And I don't know that I don't want to say that the gameplay's for everybody necessarily, but I don't know, man. I always loved the gameplay of The Last of Us, both The Last of Us 1 and especially Part 2. And so for me, it's one of these things where it's like, yeah, man. You think saying S tier gameplay is wild to say? Really? That's true. Smurf says the AI in The Last of Us 2 is a lot better. Tarnished, what's up? That's great, dude. I don't agree with that. I mean, look, I'm not saying you have to agree that it's S tier, but at the very minimum, it's A tier. Like even if you are not the biggest fan of it, you got to admit the gameplay it's top notch. Like it's not, the gameplay of The Last of Us is not bad. You could argue about depth, maybe like mechanical depth. I don't want to make it sound like it has the deepest, most intricate mechanics, but that's never been the point of the Last of Us gameplay. I mean, one of the craziest things ever for me is like when you're playing The Last of Us Part 1, you know, and you got a brick, and the way it feels to like run up to somebody and like beat them to death with a brick is like kind of fucking nuts. I'm like, it's not the most mechanically in depth. I'm not going to say, you know, they don't turn it into some kind of like, you know, it's on the same level. Get the Lux is trolling again. But yeah, man, that just gets me excited. I'm not gonna lie. And another reason it gets me excited is because you know it's not going to be just like The Last of Us. They're not like, he's not saying that the gameplay of Resident Evil 9 is like the gameplay of The Last of Us. He's saying it has isms, right? Like it's going to have certain strokes that feel familiar and seem to take a couple of cues from a game like The Last of Us Part 2. And that could come in many different ways. You know, we don't know what exactly that looks like. But I almost wonder if it just means that like it's going to be way more brutal. Like to me, that's what would make it really sick. Where it's like, I mean, if you think about Resident Evil 4 could be somewhat brutal at times. You know, mainly if you had death animations. But I don't know if you're talking about inventory system, movement, stealth. I'm really curious. That's not, and at no point did the game The Last of Us 2 pop into my mind when thinking about Resident Evil 9 ever. And so to just kind of see that as like a headline, and that this insider's saying like, yeah, it takes cues from it. Now I'm really interested. Like, you know, I was already stoked to see more gameplay and to see more of you know what else is really interesting about it? Like, you will be able to play this game in first person. So The Last of Us was a game that you could never play in first person. I don't know. We will see. The Last of Us 2's combat is animation driven, where you have to commit to any action you take. Plus, the animations and responsiveness are top notch, no doubt, in my opinion. Yeah, some people don't like the animation driven combat, and I can understand that. It makes it more of a spectacle, I would say. But I think that's what The Last of Us Part 2, you put it nicely, Tarnish, where I think that's what The Last of Us 2 does well, is it does have that animation-driven combat, but it does feel incredibly responsive. Like, they kind of thread that needle very well. And that's why I specifically highlight when playing as Ellie, because I think playing as Ellie threads that needle even better than when you play as Joel. Because Joel's more like a tankish character. But yeah, I don't know, man. I love the gameplay of The Last of Us. Always have. Well, one of my favorite aspects of Resident Evil 9 is the fact, and I've been saying this from the start since they revealed it, but the fact that you can play in first person or third person. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's such a huge difference maker for me. Where, like, to me, Resident Evil is third person, so I'm playing the entirety of Resident Evil 9 in third person, and it's really cool that they'll give you the option. I feel like not many games do this. Lux says MBG PUBG announcement for PS5 and Xbox Series X native versions, with them bringing end to PS4 and last gen support. Please say psych. Please say psych, bro. Don't do this to me. No, I refuse. I can't be excited. I don't want to go back. I can't go back. I can't. No. No, man. I want to be there's so much. Let me see. There's so much wrong with this, bro. PUBG announces a native PS5 and Xbox Series version in conjunction with the end. Oh, wow. 5 days ago, a rumor emerged that multiple studios currently developing a major live service title that let me try again. 5 days ago, a rumor emerged that multiple studios currently developing major live service games were preparing to see support for the 8th gen consoles by and throughout 2026, specifically PS4 and Xbox One. Now, PUBG, the PUBG team has just published an update on their blog officially confirming their own intentions to end the service for PS4 and Xbox One versions by November 13th, 2025, during live server maintenance scheduled for that day. By that point, the game will fully transition towards native PS5 and Xbox support. The official reasoning provided by the developer was to provide our players with a more stable gameplay environment on console to ensure a smoother, more seamless experience in future updates. Okay, all right, hold on though. So this is a little bit different. Yeah, I know PUBG is still one of the most played games. This is a little bit different because it's like, if I'm not mistaken, so I did play PUBG a lot on the PS5. I even got the platinum for it. They do have PS5 enhancements. The last time I played it, Lux, that's fucking insane, dude. That's why I can't even believe it still has that many players. That is wild. But they're not like, I thought they were going to be doing like a full blown from the like ground up, like native PS5 version and like a PS5 re-release or something. Maybe they still will. If they do that, I'll buy a PS5 version. I'll buy a physical PS5 copy. I know they made a physical PS4 copy. That $725K is just on Steam alone. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I don't know that I can go back to PUBG. It's hard. Like, I know it sounds. I don't know how it sounds, but I mentioned this earlier with GTA, but like, PUBG was a game that I have the most amount of memories with, like recent memories, playing with my cousin, and you know, I know it sounds crazy, but like, dude, going back to PUBG might legitimately be too painful to do. Like, I almost feel like it's like freaking me out even thinking about it, you know? And this is, I don't know, this is just like an unexpected, it's like an unexpected situation, I guess, where like I mean, yeah, I'm just at that point where there are just some games now where, I don't know, I might never be able to go back. Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's really sad actually. But no, I'm not gonna get upset. Capone's like, no, don't get upset, man. Don't worry, I'm not upset. I'm just saying it's like that is the first thought that comes to my mind where it's like, oh, like damn, I don't like because I just I think there's like a flood of, and you know what? I think PUBG, the reason why it's so prominent with that game, because I played a ton of games with my cousin, but it's so prominent with that one because anybody who's played PUBG, it's a super intense game. And if you get to the final circle, that's a memory. Like you will probably remember almost all of your chicken dinners or your wins. And there are just so many, right? I remember specific call outs. I remember specific spots on the maps. And it's like, damn, dude, I don't know. It feels kind of crazy to imagine going back to that. Because it's just far enough away, but still just close enough. 4scene streams are the best for PUBG. Forcin, who is that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll tell you what, if they do like if they release a physical PS5 version of PUBG, I'll buy it. Camp, don't. Hey, whoa! What are you doing, bro? You trying to knock that over? Boss, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Don't do it. No, you're too far away. Get away. Get away. Get away from me. Help. I'm under attack. Stop. Don't do it. He's going to jump. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're probably going to miss and scratch the shit out of me. Lux, you're saying he's a Twitch streamer? No. Leave me be. MBG, a lot of research says the highest days/years that you remember or reminisce are your 20s. They're your glory days. You will remember your 30s, just not as much. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It does make some kind of sense. Audio crashed again. Sorry about that. I don't know why it keeps doing that. There's something weird going on today. My bad. Yeah, you guys will just have to let me know if it keeps doing that. I think I did tug on the wire accidentally. Maybe that's what caused it. Oh my god. Do you guys see this cat right now? Bro, this is crazy. Boss, ow. You're digging your claws into me. This is just pathetic at this point, man. Look at you. The Last of Us Part 2 gameplay leak? You mean the multiplayer? No, the leak I'm referring to is a well-known Resident Evil insider says that the gameplay for Leon in not the Last of Us Part 2, in Resident Evil 9 is going to be similar. It's going to be similar to the Last of Us Part 2 in some ways. So definitely not that. That would have been crazy. I'm surprised that hasn't leaked, by the way. Pushing Polygon says, I'd help MBG, but I'm between paychecks. Oh, it's all good, dude. No, I definitely don't want people, if they're not in any position to donate, to feel like they have to donate. It's just, I wish Boss would just calm down. Like, there's really no pressure. He creates the pressure. Like, bro, I expect it for the first 30 minutes of the stream, like, for him to act like this. I don't think I've ever had a stream where he straight up was acting like this for 3 hours straight. I'm telling you, man, it's because the catnip treats. That's why. They got that catnip in it, and it's, I don't know, it's potent. Unleash the beast, MBG. Unleash him. Come on, boss. Boss, I went over here to get away. PlayStation Plus, the Game Pass killer. You want more pressure to donate? Nah. Oh, hey. Oh, okay. Now he just bit the wire. Boss, you just straight up disconnect. Out. Now you're being bad. Get out. Just straight up bit the wire, man. All right. So there is one other leak, by the way. The PUBG story was already removed. Holy shit. That was fast. That was like record time. MBG, I know to you nothing will ever make you forget about your cousin or replace him, but at least you have us. Positive vibes. That's true. That's true. Yeah. It's nice to be able to talk about different gaming experiences I've had, especially when we're in the members lounge. MBG, have you ever heard of Meowjuana? Meowarwana? I said Meowjuana. That Meowajuana. It's a real product. I think I actually, yeah, it's catnip, right? I think I have heard of it. MBG, I will say, ever since I got PlayStation Plus Extra, I bought less games because the ones I'm going to buy get added this year. And it's been surprising. Interesting. I mean, it does make sense, I could see why anybody who subscribes to a service, there's just an automatic incentive to maybe consider buying less games. Maybe not no games, but less games. Because, it's always a coin flip. You never know. There was one other leak with Resident Evil, by the way. And this is another significant one. This also comes from Dusk Golem. Dusk Golem is revealing that the next remakes for the Resident Evil series that are in line are Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0. And they're lined up for a 2027 and 2028 launch, although he does not say which ones are coming first, or like what order they're coming in, I should say. Apparently, the team that worked on Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4 remake are working on Code Veronica, and the teams that worked on Resident Evil 3 remake is working on Resident Evil 0. So I know Code Veronica, I think that's like the bigger one here that people have been begging Capcom to remake next. I did play Resident Evil Code Veronica X. I never beat it, though. So that would be really interesting. I don't think I ever played Resident Evil 0. So these are both games that I would love to see remade, honestly. Be really curious. I remember when I played, I have, again, minimal experience, but I remember when I played uh, Code Veronica X, I remember it being kind of difficult. Was I just really bad at it? I remember finding it a little bit challenging and like frustrating at some points. The only thing I remember from Resident Evil 0 is the voice actress yelling Billy. That's funny. Damn. You get less ammo. It's the hardest of them all. Okay. Well, it's good to know that I wasn't crazy. Lady Gamer is saying your husband loved Resident Evil games. I mean, yeah, you really can't go wrong with the Resident Evil series. It's a great series. I think people would have a lot more confidence in Resident Evil Code Veronica in that remake, knowing that that's the team that did Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4. Probably less confidence overall in the Resident Evil 0 remake. But hopefully they both turn out good. So the way we could end up seeing it is Resident Evil 9 next year, and maybe Code Veronica X the next, and then maybe 0 the year after. Resident Evil's always been one of my favorite series. Yeah. It's always been a little bit silly in some ways, but I kind of like that about it. Yeah, the movies were awful though, man. Goddamn. Some of those Resident Evil movies are a literal joke. I mean, like literally. It's bad. It's really bad, man. So I don't blame anybody for not having I don't blame anybody for not having any confidence in in the upcoming Resident Evil movie. Insomniac Games posts 1 hour ago Marvel's Spider-Man Game of the Year edition for PS4 and Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered for PS5 joined the PlayStation Plus catalog in supported territories on August 19th. Okay. So it's not just the PS5 version, it's both versions, the Game of the Year edition and the remastered. It says here, Battlefield 6 Open Beta Week 2 playlist will include custom search. Yeah, there's a new Resident Evil movie it's actually being produced by PlayStation Productions, and they have the director of Weapons. Lux, you think Spider-Man releasing on Xbox in September? Well, here's my question. Why, because you're not the first person to say that, why would them putting it on PS Plus, like where's the logic there? Like I'm just not understanding, like, how would that, because some people see it that way, and I'm just like, I don't understand how that would signal it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it won't happen or can happen. I'm just saying, where's the connection? Like Game Pass, that would not happen. There's no way they would put something like that on Game Pass. People seem pretty hyped about Resident Evil 2 and 3 being part of PlayStation Plus Premium Classics, though. Somebody's saying trophies, I'm begging you. Apparently, Capcom doesn't do trophies for the classics, though. Somebody is begging, and a lot of people upvoted this, wanting trophies for RE2 and 3 for the PlayStation Plus Premium Classics. Somebody says don't count on it. Dino Crisis and Resident Evil Director's Cut still don't have them, but I want to be wrong. Somebody says Capcom never. Damn. That's crazy. You would think these would be games that get trophy support. People would absolutely subscribe just to platinum these games. Somebody says the memory card days on the original PlayStation. What a time. I'm pretty sure you will be able to buy these separately at some point. I don't know if you can now, but at some point. Resident Evil 5 needs to be remade too, but done right this time. What do you mean done right? I mean, a lot of people thought that Resident Evil 5 was next in line. That's a fair assumption, you know. We just got Resident Evil 4. Everybody was like, oh, well, 5 is the most logical choice. But, oh boy, the controversy. The ridiculous controversy that's going to arise from that. You can understand why Capcom's probably like, you know, maybe we do Code Veronica and Zero first. Maybe that's what we do first. Yeah. Try to avoid that controversy for as long as we can. Lux, you think they're doing it because they want to give it to PlayStation fans for free so they don't get upset? I have to admit, I love this idea. If we give it to them for free, even though it's technically not free through PlayStation Plus, they can't be upset. They can't be upset. All right. What the okay. It's bound to happen eventually. Raven, you're saying the whole co-op aspect was fun, talking about Resident Evil 5, but very, very action, no survival horror. I do wonder if they would try to change that aspect if they remade 5. Because people did complain about that. All right, here's the real question. Do they keep him just as buff? Do they keep Chris roided out? Does he still punch a boulder? These are the real questions that need to be asked. Lux, you're saying, did you see the official Zelda Movie X account only follows Sony Pictures and PlayStation, no Nintendo? I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that true? Did I try the demo for Hell Is Us? I did not. What, bro, why did Lux's super chat just show up on screen now? What is going on? No, I didn't see that, but that's kind of wild, man. I'm not going to lie. They need to make him even more ripped. No boulder, no buy. I did not try the Hell Is Us demo. I don't think I'm going to have the capacity to do so right now. Did anybody here try it, though? How is it? Is it good? It looks like a game that has potential. I don't know that I like the selling point of the game, to be honest. The more I looked into Hell Is Us, it's more... The game is like pretty much like figure it out yourself, and I'm like, I don't think so. I don't like that. But I could be wrong. Maybe it flows nicely. I mean, the combat in Hell Is Us looks pretty good. Oh, here we go. We have a Black Ops 7 leak. Says, according to the Ghost of Hope, he says the maps in Black Ops 7 are more colorful than the ones in Black Ops 6. Much closer to something like Cold War. Okay. There are only 3 Black Ops 2 maps at the launch of Black Ops 7. All right, guys, what Black Ops 2 maps? What Black Ops 2 maps are they going to have? I don't even remember the names of any of the maps, damn. I can like see them in my mind. Standoff. Which one is that again? Hijacked. That's the yacht one, right? I know Raid. Hijacked, Raid. Black Ops 7 just sounds stupid to say. Play at Call of Duty Black Ops 7. What? Lux, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Nuketown. Well, yeah, Nuketown's a given, right? No, you know how they'll do it. They won't have Nuketown at launch. They'll be like, we're bringing back Nuketown, baby, for the second year in a row. A month after launch. Nuketown. I always love Nuketown. It's actually a real story. Is she an actress or something? No, you don't think so? Nuketown's been in every Black Ops game, yeah. Chris, you're saying you feel like a sucker for getting Black Ops 6. Why? Or versus World says, hey, bro, love your channel. #1 source for PS News. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, buddy. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I'm trying my best. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the news videos flowing as best I can. I've been trying to cover some of the smaller stuff, you know. I know a lot of people want like the first party PlayStation news, but it's a little quiet on that front right now. Oh my God, fine. Fine. I give up. I fucking give up, dude. Like, I tried. It's been almost 3.5 hours, so I can't. Just leave me alone. Listen, whoa. Okay. Hang tight, Leia. I'll give you some when he's done. I'll just give you some here. I tried. All right. I'm giving him these. I'm giving him in advance. Okay. I'm under the assumption we're still gonna hit 25. Can't be giving out these treats for free, you know? Nuketown getting renamed to Friendly Town as the name was too scary for people. When did that happen? Friendly Town? Was that a real thing that occurred? Chris, you're saying you got it because you wanted something new on your Pro, paid $70, didn't enjoy it much, haven't played it since March. They got my money and I just wish I kept it. LMAO. Damn. Yeah. Tarnish says, MBG, I can't lie. I'm more excited for Black Ops 7 than BF6. That's you're not the only one. Not everybody's in the battlefield, you know? I'm curious to see what Black Ops 7 looks like. I won't lie, because my main curiosity is the fact that it's finally a sequel to Black Ops 2, and I'm like, people have been waiting for this one. So they're either going to shit the bed real bad, or it's actually going to be like, damn, people are actually happy about Call of Duty this year. Black Ops 6 wasn't bad. You know, it got kind of nuts with the microtransactions, like it always does. But the campaign of Black Ops 6 was okay. I've enjoyed zombies mostly. Like, I just, you know, I have, you know, to me, Black Ops Zombies just kind of became a ritualistic thing where I just kind of play rounds with Mrs. MBG. But I still play some Search and Destroy. And that kind of scratches my competitive itch. God, sometimes people are... It's been a while since I played Search and Destroy, but man, people are so toxic. It's like Search and Destroy is like the Twitter of Call of Duty. See, I always end up naturally gravitating to these spaces. No, Mrs. MBG doesn't force me to play Call of Duty. Listen, I've been saying for the past 18 years that I'm done with Call of Duty, and I'm never done with Call of Duty. All right. Look, there have been times where I really was like, okay, I'm done after like a couple weeks. But I can't deny that I've been playing Call of Duty since the first game, dude. Now, granted, when I played Call of Duty 1 and 2 and 3, I didn't play them very long. But I have distinct memories playing Call of Duty 1 and 2. But yeah, man, I'm an OG. I've witnessed, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. Infinite Warfare campaign is top tier. Don't care what anybody says. I actually never did play the campaign for Infinite Warfare. I heard it was good. Ironically enough, I heard that was actually the best part of that game. You don't play with voice chat on in Call of Duty, it's probably for the best. No, dude, you don't even need voice chat. Now people can type shit to you. Now they can just chat with you in that way. So, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. We can hate Call of Duty's microtransactions, but if it didn't make the money, they wouldn't do it. And I 100% guarantee Battlefield will implement them ASAP. Oh, they will. The question is what kind of microtransaction? Like, we know they're going to do skins and operators in Battlefield 6, but it's like, what type? You know, how silly are they going to get? Are they going to keep it dead serious? I think Call of Duty has gotten too silly. Like, dude, one of my favorite characters in the Call of Duty series is Frank Woods, and they have him in Black Ops 6 as an operator in multiplayer. And he has like 6 or 7 skins, and I think like 5 of them you can buy. And I shit you not, 2 of those 5 skins, I want to see if I can just bring it up and show you guys. It's so fucking stupid. Really? I could not be more specific, and it didn't come up. Here it is. Although the image is all messed up. This is so fucking bad, dude. Hold on, though. I gotta find a regular picture of Frank Woods so you can know what he actually looks like before I show you this. Hopefully it lets me bring it up. So when people say that Call of Duty skins have gotten out of control, they're not lying. So this is... Whoa. Holy shit. That's Frank Woods in Black Ops 6, okay? He's got, I mean, he looks good. He's got Black Ops 1, Vietnam, you know, military. It's looking good. And then when you wait for them to release, you see what new skins they're going to release. Here's what you get. Here's what you fucking get. Look at this shit. What the fuck is this? What is that? Like, what is that, bro? And that's so far away from, like... It's so bad. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't even make any sense. I don't get it. Groovin 007 with a $5 chat says, why do people complain about crap they don't fave to buy? Or maybe let's say plan to buy. I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you play Call of Duty or you played it in the past and enjoyed it, you can, it's valid to criticize this stuff. But I do think sometimes people complain a bit too much about stuff that they actually really probably have nothing to do with and don't actually care about. Hold on, there's one that's even worse than this, bro. I'm gonna type in worst Black Ops 6 skin and see what comes up. Let me see. I'll type in Black Ops 6 worst skins. Let's see. Oh man. Okay. Some of these are pretty fucking bad, dude. I'm gonna save a couple of these images and bring them up. It's actually hard to believe that some of these are in the game. It just keeps getting worse. All right, let's see. There's no fucking way, dude. Hold on. Bro, okay. Okay. Where's Digital Dude? Is Digital Dude in here? Look. So, you got this. Look at this. Like, what the fuck is this? Like this doesn't belong in a military shooter, bro. Like, here's my question. Like, the microtransactions, they do sell. There's no denying. People buy the microtransactions. My question is, who is buying this, though? 0 Point says, I'm buying this. Is there a P. Diddy skin? Actually, yeah, dude. This is the one they released. Hold on. I gotta why is it never this is the latest skin. People will pay a premium for this. Absolutely. Chris is like, he had it on deck, bro. He had it on deck. I had to. It's, you know what's disturbing is how buff they make him too. Like, what the hell? MBG in 2024 Call of Duty skin sales were up 51% on animal skins. What, dude? Is that where'd you get that statistic? Because I actually believe you 100%. I actually believe you, because it would explain why they're still doing more of these animal skins. It's so weird. There's a couple more here. So when I typed in worst skins, this came up. So I feel like the one on the right and the one on the left don't look too bad, but the one in the center, what the fuck is going on there? I mean, like, the one on the left looks a little, I don't know, like, not realistic, obviously, but the one in the center is just like, this is... You typed in best-selling skins. Oh, I should type in that next. Yeah, see what comes up. Let me see. I think I have one more in here. Where is it? I mean, can we just talk? Can we just take a moment to talk about how, like, this just makes you... I feel like some of these skins actually, you know, you're paying for them, but this just makes you more of a target. Get ducked. Bath time. Oh my God, dude. The duck is fire. Low key, that isn't bad. Guys, Guys, no, this is going in the opposite direction. That's funny, dude. Oh, man. Why is this so much fun looking at? I don't know. All right. I think the craziest thing they did in Black Ops 6 is they released Seth Rogen as a skin or a character. I'm going to type in Black Ops 6 best skins. Let's see. What do we consider the best skins? The Replacer comes up. The Replacer's pretty sick. They have Zombie Frank Woods. I don't know. A lot of these don't look good to me. I mean, that's the thing, dude. People keep asking them to make more military themed skins. Yeah, what? That's a okay. Yeah, that's enough of this. People keep asking them to make more military themed skins, but I mean, my whole thing about that is like, are people not buying those skins? Because they do have them. Check out worst Call of Duty skins in Modern Warfare 2019. Hold on, let me see. See what they have. Bro, what the fuck is that? I'll save a couple of these. Oh, dude, I forgot they did that. I forgot they did this. Dude, I don't think Mrs. MBG was playing Call of Duty at this time. She would have been all fucking over this. She would have 100% been all over this. Look at this. Shit, man. Maybe I would have been too. Damn. Oh, shit. You know what, though? Maybe they cooked with this one. Maybe they cooked with this one, bro. You know what they should do? Here's a $100 million idea for you, Activision. Let people buy a skin just like this, but you can upload a photo of your own cat, and it will. I don't know. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Hold on. Yo, I would totally make a boss operator. Call of Kitty's Temptation Warfare. What's the name of that? Black Ops 6 Happy Operator. Happy face. Yeah, so Mrs. MBG. It's not letting me save it. It's like a low resolution image, but it's the only one I can get. Oh, wait, here we go. Here's an official screenshot. No. Here you go. This is the one that Mrs. MBG uses. I got all these fucking pictures now of Call of Duty skins. Now I can't find it. It didn't save. Why didn't it save? Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to make this a whole fucking project. I don't know why it's not, hopefully this works. Here we go. So yeah, this is the skin that Mrs. MBG uses. She had to get it because of the black cat sweater. Call of Skittles. I'm there. Taste the rainbow. There you go. All of this makes me actually miss the dog trailer and Ghosts. It seemed so simple back then. Gaming has changed, bro. There's cats on the guns too. I think we're ruining Call of Duty, bro. Gen Z loves these skins. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like, my whole thing is as long as they still have military themed operators, and to be fair, if you click on any of the operators in Call of Duty, they still have plenty of military themed skins. So, it's like whatever, they're just given options. But yeah, it is, you do see some of the craziest shit, like you're fucking playing a round of Search and Destroy and you see, fucking like Roger from American Dad running around and you're just like, I'm very distracted right now, But I'll be really curious to see what Battlefield ends up doing, because I mean, yeah, dude, when you look at Battlefield, there's no denying that they're leaning very much into the, we want to be more realistic and authentic and down to earth. And I think it's easy for them to do that now. And it makes sense for them to do that now because they're trying to win people over and they're trying to get all those people who are frustrated with Call of Duty going into ridiculous territory, like, come over here. But if Battlefield succeeds in the way that it looks like it's going to, where it's going to make bank, through sales, and it's going to be a really prolific live service game, I'm pretty sure EA is going to be like, yeah, we got to, like, I don't know that they'll go as crazy as Call of Duty, but they'll definitely. I mean, in Battlefield 2042, they started doing that a little bit, right? And that game was considered a failure. I think that they started doing some sillier skins for Battlefield 2042, and I think it got a bit of a negative response, but their player count. You think by February 2026 they'll have crazy skins? It'd be funny. It'd be super funny if it was that soon. Like just a couple months after launch, it's like, yeah, we got cat operators now, bro. We will see. I will say there was like a leak for Black Ops 7 operators that you get for pre-ordering it, and people seem to be pretty dissatisfied with it. But apparently they're removing tactical sprint in Black Ops 7 and doors. Why does that sound so funny? There will be no doors in Black Ops 7. No doors. It sounds silly, but I think that kind of is a big deal for a lot of people. Meanwhile, there are doors in Battlefield. But yeah, well, Call of Duty is probably going to sell another 25 million units like it's nothing. Come on, MBG, the future doesn't have doors. Yeah, absolutely. If EA wants 100 million players, they better stay as close as possible to the source material. I was thinking of Battlefield just because MBG stream, but doing more research. I'll probably stream more of it. I think it returns tomorrow. So I'll probably be playing some more Battlefield this week. It was fun, dude. I mean, it's been a long time since I've had a good time playing Battlefield. I tried to play Battlefield 2042, but I was not feeling it at all, man. Not at all. And I was really kind of disappointed with how much I didn't like Battlefield 2042. I probably put like 3 hours into it, you know, and I kept trying to I'm like, yeah, it's Battlefield, but something about it was just like, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I didn't feel it. But that's what's interesting about Battlefield 6 is that I feel, yeah, I think I played the beta of 2042 and I was just like, this is not good. Um, I don't know exactly what caused it to feel so different, but that's what's so different about Battlefield 6 is like, you know, I was having trouble pulling myself away from the game where I'm like, dude, I like it had this feel to it where I kept wanting to go back and play it. Like it had that kind of a addicting feel to it. I'm like, I haven't felt that for Battlefield in a very long time. Um, but you know, I do think Battlefield Hardline was a little bit underrated, to be honest. I think Battlefield Hardline, I understand why people didn't like it because it's like this isn't a normal Battlefield game. You know, this is not military themed, but it was fun. Like Battlefield Hardline was actually pretty fun, and it had a pretty decent campaign. But curious to see how the campaign for Battlefield 6 turns out because there were reports that apparently it's not coming together well, but they marketed it and they're ready to release in October. So I'm like, I don't know. I guess they figured it out. They figured something out. Yeah, Battlefield Hardline was the cop one, like cops and robbers themed, essentially. You literally downloaded the new Battlefield beta on my PS5 Pro and never attempted to click X on it. Just not into it. Don't have the desire to play it. More of a Call of Duty kid. That's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, there's no denying that if you're somebody who's used to Call of Duty and you don't really play Battlefield, Battlefield's going to be a shock to the system. Absolutely. Like, listen, because I've been playing like Black Ops 6 throughout the year, and I'm used to that faster paced arcade feel. When I first booted up Battlefield 6, I didn't do so on stream. I played a little bit on my own. I was like, oh, I don't know about this. But I realized it's like, dude, you got to get a feel for it again. It's been a long, long time. And after about like 1 or 2 matches, I'm like, okay, all right, it's all coming back to me now. Battlefield 4 was good. Yeah, Battlefield 4 was really good. I mean, somebody asked me yesterday like what my favorite Battlefield was, and it was definitely Bad Company 2, man. I do wonder how much of it is rose-tinted glasses, though. Like, I'm typing in Battlefield Bad Company 2 multiplayer, and I want to see some images. Am I misremembering? Oh, wow, here we go. No, I'm not misremembering, dude. It's still... That's crazy. Look, I'll bring this image up. This is image of a Bad Company 2. I mean, look at that. Like, the thing that was crazy at the time when playing this game is that building right there. Like, if you destroyed all the walls around it, the entire building would collapse, and anybody who was in it would die. But, you know, it's funny how, like, looking back at it, yeah, man, I mean, it is funny how you remember the game looking so much better, and you see it now, and you're like, oh. Like, it doesn't look bad, but it's very dated. You could tell. It's like a PS3 360 era game. But yeah. Yeah, the music was incredible too. Oh god. Bad Company 2 is such a vibe, man. I miss that game. They should just after Battlefield 6, they should just remake that. Lux, you're saying people always say they want Call of Duty to take risk / something new. When it does, it equals complaints. What they really want is that nostalgia from their first time playing. Exactly. Dude, you know what the most shocking thing about Call of Duty is? Battlefield 3 campaign screenshots. The craziest thing about Call of Duty is how they haven't remastered more games. Like, I feel like maybe they're saving that for an emergency. They saved Modern Warfare, that remaster. Yep. Got a big ass mustache hair in my mouth. I'm sorry about that. Wow, holy shit. This is Battlefield 3? What? Like, you think that they would have remastered like all these Call of Duty games by now. But look, this is oh, did it not save? Dude, I'm looking at this screenshot from Battlefield 3 and it's like, holy shit, it really holds up. It's like crazy. Although it's not letting me save the image properly. So let me see if I can get another one. They're like shitty low resolution though. This one looks pretty good. So this is Battlefield 3. Dude, that still looks good. I mean, I'm assuming this is like on PC. But that still looks really, really good. Battlefield 3 was amazing as well. The color palette. I mean, I think for a lot of people, Battlefield 3 was the peak. Yeah, this is a 2011 game, dude. It holds up. Holds up well. It looked like crap on console, though. Well, let me see. Let me see if I can get a comparison shot. We'll do Battlefield 3 PS3. Trying to find a good image here. That can't be real. No, that's not PS3. What is this bullshit? Dude, there's literally a picture that somebody took of their TV. I guess this is PS3. This looks about right. Hold on. See if I can bring this up. Apparently, this is what it looks. So what you're seeing, I'm assuming, is on PC right now. This is PS3. So you could definitely see a difference. It actually still looks kind of good, though. Like, it's blurry. You know, it's definitely blurry. Yeah, you can definitely see that, but it's still kind of like doesn't look bad. But that is blurry. Screenshots of Battlefield 1943. Oh, dude, yeah, I remember playing this. Battlefield 1943 was a good one. This is like a 360 arcade game, right? I remember playing this. There's only one map. The memories, holy shit. You have a hard time playing Battlefield 4 these days because it's blurry. Battlefield 3 doesn't look bad for a PS3 game. Look at Battlefield Hardline. Still looks good. We'll check out Hardline. Hardline. I have good memories with that one too, man. I'll bring it up. I have all these pictures saved. Whoa. Hold on. I gotta fix that. That still looks good, man. I don't care what anybody says. Battlefield Hardline was a fun ass game, bro. Hardline was the worst one. I don't agree. Well, I don't know. I mean, I can understand compared to the other Battlefield games why people would feel that way, but it was fun. I had so much fun with Hardline. You know what's interesting is apparently there's going to be a Battlefield Hardline map that they're bringing to Battlefield 6. Apparently they're bringing it to Battlefield 6. So that's definitely a bit of a surprise. I want to check Battlefield Bad Company 1. Wait. Why does this still look this good too? Have all the Battlefield games just like always looked this good? Bad Company 1 is old. Like this has to be on PC as well. Like that still looks pretty good. I don't know, Mr. B. I don't know if the Battlefield Hardline map, I don't know if it's going to be at launch or post launch. I'm not sure. I just remember it being on the list of maps apparently, like older maps that are coming back. That's Bad Company 1. You know what we got to go check out now though? Look at this shit. Hold on. All right, I'll give her some. Ah, there's like too many pictures now. I'll never understand why some of these pictures just don't save, dude. I thought it would be easier to find screenshots for this. My eye is itching me again real bad. Why does that happen? Okay, I don't know why. I'm trying to save these pictures and it's not fucking letting me. Just give me a second. I was going to go on the opposite end now. Multiplayer. Oh man. Look at this. Hopefully it lets me bring it up. Look at this. So this is Black Ops 1, the original Nuketown, bro. Look at that. It's crazy looking back on it, man. Like I don't remember it looking. It doesn't look bad, but it looks so simple. So old fashioned. Just show us the entire tab. I could. You think if I just use screen capture, but man, you know what though? I got an idea. Hold on. I wonder if this is a video. It's not. Nothing's coming up. Hold on. I'm trying to find a video of all the maps, but like no commentary, where it's just like showing the maps or like exploring the maps. But every video I'm seeing, it seems like they're like countdowns or something, or yeah, I don't know. Surely this video has to exist. Hold on, wait. Wandering Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare maps, Call of Duty ASMR, whispering only. Okay, they got me. I'm gonna have to bring that one up. So it's not no commentary, it's ASMR. We got to see how this looks and sounds. Let me bring it up. I hope this isn't a cursed video, man. You know it's going to be.
To Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Today, we are going to be exploring some multiplayer maps in this game.
The fuck is happening, bro?
Beginning with this one. Crash. Crash. Here we have a Marine helicopter.
Dude, this is horrible. I don't like that. I'm muting that shit. It's making me feel uncomfortable. Well, we can watch it without the audio. Luckily. Man, the memories, bro. This Crash, right? More Call of Duty multiplayer info added 20 minutes ago. It's all leaking, bro. You know what's cool about this video, though, is they didn't do the remastered version of the game. Let's see. Which map is this? Oh, Shipment. Dude, the original Shipment. God damn. What map was my favorite? Oh, God, I don't know. There's so many good ones. I forget the name of it, but I like that one. There's like a bridge in the back. There's like a farmhouse. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I wonder if it's in this video. Is this it? Actually, what map is this? Oh, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. I'm pretty sure. Overgrown? Is that what it's called? Downpour. There's so many good ones. Maybe he's doing ASMR because he can't get quiet. I'll turn it on for just a second.
A nice blue sky.
I can't fucking do, dude. Oh my God. How do people listen to ASMR like that, bro? Oh my God. It makes me makes my skin crawl. Hell no, man. You know, if I remember, this map was pretty huge too. ASMR's boring. What's this hangar? Oh yeah, I remember this one. I remember all these maps, man. I played the shit out of this game. Good times. Good times. Well, now we just get, you know, duck skins and shit. So, not too bad. Could be worse, right? That's what I tell myself. That actually had 80,000 views. Yeah, and I'm one of them. 80,000 views, bro. Sorry, pushing polygons. Didn't mean to put you through that. You said there's another leak, though. Let's see. More Black Ops 7 multiplayer info. Specialist abilities return from Black Ops 3 and 4. There's stuff like active camo, grapple hook, and more. Basically what you'd expect. Weekly challenges and events like Modern Warfare 3 are planned for Black Ops 7. Raid, Express, and Hijacked are the 3 remastered Black Ops 2 maps. Didn't somebody call that? Didn't somebody in my chat literally say those were going to be the 3? No pick 10 system. Oh, that's different. Looping streaks are a perk now. No pick 10 system. I feel like that's going to be a bit controversial. Controversial. Someone buy MBG a PS3 so he can live stream Mag. I don't think you could even play Mag, bro. Like, that game's completely off. That game's been offline for years. You know, it's interesting to think that Sony was willing to try these like crazy weird. No, I don't think you could play Mag in any way. But it's interesting to think that Sony was willing to try these just weird, you know, out of the box type multiplayer games. They really were willing to take these crazy risks during the PS3 gen, and Mag didn't work out, but a lot of people will look back on Mag pretty fondly. Let me get a couple pictures of Mag, actually. What did this game even look like? Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Let me get a couple. Getting a couple pictures of Mag to bring up. Didn't this game have like 246 like players in a match or some shit like that? It was like something nuts, right? Let me see if it'll let me bring it up. Now I have to try to discern these Mag screenshots from all these other screens that I have saved. Here's one. So apparently this is what Mag looked like on the PS3. It's a bit rough. It's not a great screenshot, but I think I got one more picture here somewhere. Apparently not. That's the only Mag screenshot I got. I mean, did anybody here play Mag? Only 43 more subs to get some reps. Yeah, only 43. We're not far. You think Mag was ahead of its time concept? I know it had like a ridiculous amount of players. How did that even work, dude? Like, how did you even have like over 200 players in a game? See if I can bring up one more image here for Mag. You know, it's interesting to think, like, they probably could make it work today a lot better than they could then. There's another screenshot of Mag. It doesn't look too bad, man. I mean, it's just a look. I don't know how it felt to play, but 256 players on a 512 megabyte 2006 console. That's wild. That's wild, bro. Corey's here. Corey's here. He's like, what's up, bro? What did I miss so far? Corey, I'll tell you what you missed. You missed Boss being the most desperate cat in the history of cats, bro. Chat, back me up here. Warhawk versus Starhawk. Let's check that out. Warhawk versus Starhawk. See what kind of images we can get. Surprisingly, no comparison images popped up. Starhawk was the better one, right? Let me see. My God, I can't find like any pictures. Why is it this hard to just find fucking gameplay pictures of Starhawk? This is like the best one I could find. It's rough. It's rough. And Corey the legend, he says, I know I missed Boss. I missed Boss. He drops 10 memberships for you guys. Can I review another Courage the Cowardly Dog video? Corey's coming in. He's trying to help you guys. He drops 10 memberships and he brings us to 17. Corey, thank you so much, man. Wasn't expecting you to show up today. And yet here you are.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
Guys, we can still do it. We could still get to 25. I believe in you. If Mag came out today, people would play the beta and then say meh, mid, going back to Call of Duty, and that's it. Yeah, you're probably right about that. They were probably doing it back then already. Leia. I don't know what happened to it. Leia. All right, well. Boss, you did get some already because you annoyed the shit out of me, but you can have a couple more. Corey came in 4 hours into the stream and dropped 10 for you, bro. Leia, just hang tight. I'll give you some in a minute. Yeah, you're probably right about what you're saying about Mag coming out today. I mean, I don't know how. Yeah. If Sony ever does do a proper first-person shooter again, I don't know how they approach it. There's the star. You should have seen him earlier, bro. He was going crazy. Let me bring up that Starhawk image. If it even saved right. It was a low resolution image. It didn't look very good. Yeah, I don't even think it saved. For some reason, I can't find any like images of Starhawk gameplay. Was it third person, right? I have like these official screenshots. They all look so bad. Like was Starhawk just a bad looking game, or are these all just really bad pictures? Because I'm not kidding. Like they all look like shit. Like I'm trying to find one that looks half decent. Like what the fuck is this? Is this real? Like look at this image. If it lets me bring it up. Did the game actually look like this, or is this just a bad screen? I feel like that's a rough looking game, dude. You think Warhawk would be a success today? Yeah, that looks rough. It's PS3 error. I mean, what's the difference between Warhawk and Starhawk? Because this is, I think, Starhawk. If you MBG, if you played 360 PS3 games, you'd be disgusted. What is the difference between Starhawk and Warhawk? AI tells me Starhawk is the spiritual successor to Warhawk, introducing significant changes while retaining the core third-person shooter gameplay. The most notable addition is the build and battle system, which allows players to construct structures like bunkers and defenses during matches. Wow, dude, that was ahead of its time. That's like some Fortnite shit right there, actually. They had building mid-battle. Starhawk also includes a single-player campaign, something Warhawk lacked. A multiplayer-focused third-person shooter with aerial and ground combat. Key features included vehicle-based combat, various game modes like deathmatch and capture the flag, and split-screen multiplayer. Even had split-screen multiplayer. Well, that was Warhawk. Starhawk retains the core gameplay, build and battle. In essence, Starhawk builds upon the foundation of Warhawk by adding a strategic layer with the build and battle mechanic and providing a narrative experience with a single-player campaign. You know, now I'm curious, how did Warhawk sell? Was this game a complete failure? Warhawk sales were Starhawk. So Warhawk, though, it says Warhawk sales were a mix of physical and digital releases, with the digital version priced at $30 and the physical version priced at $60. What? Yo, is that true? What the hell? $30 digitally, double physically? There's no way that's true. That has to be. Wow, that's really weird. There was some initial confusion regarding the game's distribution as it was announced as a multiplayer-only title. Sony later clarified that there would be both downloadable and retail versions. The game saw success with over 300,000 digital downloads and over 10 million in revenue from those sales alone. Dude, that's crazy. 300,000 sales was considered a success. Okay, yeah, I should have read more. 300,000 was considered a success, dude. In 2000, was that 2005, 2006? MEG, it was more like spawn OP weapons and vehicles at will and may capture the flag nearly impossible. It killed the game. Really? That's a shame. All right, let me see. So Warhawk sold 300,000. Starhawk. Sales performance for the 2012 PlayStation 3 title Starhawk wasn't particularly strong, with about 300,000. So it did basically the same. Starhawk released in close proximity to other titles like Max Payne 3, Diablo 3, potentially overshadowing it. Damn, bro. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. When you check that, when you look at these numbers, you can understand why Sony's not going back to it. Check out God of War Ascension multiplayer. I've seen clips of God of War Ascension multiplayer. People apparently kind of liked it. MBG, why does everyone think Leon is going to be in Resident Evil 9? Developers already confirmed in an interview that Leon is not in the game. Well, the main reason is because people thought it was strange that they even mentioned Leon when nobody, they just mentioned him. And yeah, they did say he's not in the game, but the main reason is because Dusk Golem, the insider, he's been correct about everything he's leaked about Resident Evil 9. And he is he's letting everybody know like he is the main character of this game. And I'm like, that would be a crazy thing to get wrong. Like to get everything else right and then just majorly like, oh, it turns out I was wrong about Leon. So apparently there's like a big reveal coming. So I don't want to, take it with a grain of salt, of course, but apparently it's real. You played it for the platinum. It wasn't bad. God of War Ascension multiplayer was definitely underrated. Devil Shooter, you're saying people still play Warhawk today. It will do well if made right. Well, it's going to be really interesting to see these upcoming multiplayer games that Sony has. I mean, I don't know. Helldivers is the biggest hit that they've ever had, and I think my question with Helldivers is where they go. Like, can they maintain Helldivers? At what point do they make a Helldivers 3? How far do they expand Helldivers? Because keep in mind that the most important thing I think to understand about Helldivers is that right now that's Sony's golden goose for live service, which I think everybody knows. But Sony owns the IP, and they don't own Arrowhead. Sony already greenlit a movie for Helldivers. I really wonder if, a year from now, 2 years from now, there's like major slowdown with Helldivers. I wonder what Sony will do. Like, will they pressure Arrowhead or like really talk to him? Like, please make a sequel. Please make a Helldivers 3. Can we have a Helldivers 3 at the launch of the PS6? I don't know. So, I mean, truthfully, Sony could do whatever they want with the Helldivers IP. They could give it to anybody, and Arrowhead can't do anything about it. But, Sony probably doesn't want to risk hurting their relationship with Arrowhead, so they'd probably ask Arrowhead what they would want to do. Warhawk had a Fortnite art style and hot pink jacket looked normal. Crazy skin potential for Warhawk. That's so crazy to think. You know what's weird about, you're talking about Warhawk came out in 2012. It feels like that's so like far away from Fortnite. Dude, Fortnite came out like a couple years later in like 2016 or 17. That's what's weird. That's what's so weird is like Sony may have actually been this fucking close, dude. Because when I think of Warhawk, I'm thinking like that's like 15 years away from Fortnite. It's like it's not. It's like 4 years away. 4 to 5 years. I don't know, man. Maybe Sony they were kind of close. You think Arrowhead should be a first-party PlayStation studio by now? I don't think they want to be purchased. Yeah, I don't think that they want. I think Sony just wants to be able to work with them, man. I think indie studios like Arrowhead, they don't want to be under the thumb of these big corporations. And Arrowhead can do whatever the hell they want now. And this is another reason why I think Sony went to them and was like, you guys want to put it on Xbox? Like, Arrowhead CEO just said recently that Sony's doing an awesome job. They're killing it. And I think Sony's trying real hard to be like, guys, we will do anything. Just please stay part. Like, don't leave. Don't leave. We'll do anything. And I think Sony's trying to communicate that towards like other studios, like multiplayer oriented studios or live service studios. Originally, Fortnite Save the World is what made it popular. That mode wasn't in the regular game. Yeah. It's crazy what happened. Fortnite was not a battle royale game at first. Arrowhead wants to become a new big proper studio like CD Projekt Red. I think they can do it. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what Sony can do in the multiplayer space because Helldivers is a great game and it's a huge success. Sony, I'm sure, is thrilled, but Sony still has clearly Sony has much bigger ambitions with live service because they still have so many live service games in development. And I'm just dying to know what some of these games are going to be like. Because, you know, we're talking about games like Warhawk, Mag. I feel like none of these games are going to be anything like it. I think they're going to be very different. I have to admit that the game I'm most intrigued by and kind of excited, I don't know if excited is the right word to use, but maybe I have the most optimism for is Dark Outlaw Games, Jason Blundell. This game could be awful for all I know. It could be the worst shit ever made, but I just have this feeling that he comes from Call of Duty. He comes from Black Ops Zombies. Like, I feel like that gives us some idea remotely of what this game will be. Not saying I expect it to be a zombie game or anything, but, you know, just shooter, co-op, you know, maybe first person. I'm not going to get too excited. We saw what happened with Concord. That was announced as a first-person PvP game, and I'm like, oh, that's different. That sounds like it could be good, and we all saw how that went. So, yeah, so guys, I realized, holy shit, I did not realize how long I've been streaming for. I've been streaming for nearly 4.5 hours. I guess that's what happens when I make the coffee extra strong. So we'll do like a last call, I guess. We'll go to the 4.5 hour mark. So if you want to drop any more support before we wrap up, any more member gifts, super chats, donations of any kind, now would be the time to do it. I'll hang out the chat for another, what do we have, like 7 or 8 minutes? Arrowhead wants to be Blizzard. Blizzard is owned by a major publisher. Arrowhead could be owned by Sony. Well, I don't think it's a matter of money. Like, I think Sony would pay whatever Arrowhead wanted. I just think it's literally that Arrowhead won't sell. I think it's like a Kojima Productions situation where, like, Sony would pay whatever to own Kojima, bro, and Kojima Productions. They would pay whatever. But Kojima, you know, he makes it clear that he doesn't want to sell. He doesn't want to sell the company. He wants to remain independent. And you got to respect it, you know? I mean, if you can keep your company independent and successful, you want to maintain that. I just think Sony wasn't anticipating that their big, successful live service game was going to come from a studio they didn't own. I think that's why, you know, that's why you saw the Helldivers limited edition DualSense come a year later. Because think about that. They had a DualSense limited edition Concord controller day one ready to go. We know people are going to want to pre-order this. They didn't have one for Helldivers because they didn't think that was going to be the game. And it's really interesting to see that. And so I think Sony was definitely caught off guard by the fact that their big cash cow golden goose live service game is tethered to a studio they don't own. So I think that the question I have at this point, other than what these games are, the upcoming live service, is can any of them reach the same height that Helldivers has? I'm going to be honest, I don't think any of them have a chance. And that to me is, like, what I'm trying to say is it's interesting to think that Sony already peaked in live service. That's a really fascinating prospect where it's like, yeah, man, Helldivers is it. That's as good as it will get for you. So you know, that's your IP. Like Helldivers is your Call of Duty. It is your Battlefield or whatever, you know, it is your Fortnite. It is your GTA Online. That for you, it's Helldivers. This is why I'm saying, like, I think Sony's plan could be finish up all the live service games you have, Fair Games, Horizon multiplayer. If you release all these games and they all fail, and none of them really stand the test of time, Helldivers will stand the test of time. That's, at least it seems like it can. So I feel like plan A is maintain Helldivers, grow Helldivers, but push your other live service games. Plan B is if all those other live service games fail, put everything into Helldivers and expand and get aggressive with it. That's my guess. But, do a fucking Helldivers single player. Do a Helldivers 3. Do a Helldivers kart racer. I don't know. Just go crazy with it, Helldivers Battle Royale. Whatever. Like they could expand the Helldivers universe a lot if they wanted to, but again, man, I think the studio, they want to, they're the creators of it. So you think so? You expect Marathon and Fair Games to fail as well? I do. Yeah. I'm hoping they can do well enough, but yeah, man, the only other live service game that I think has an actual real chance of like this could blow up is Horizon multiplayer or Horizon Online. But even then, I'm like, I don't know, man. I think people are going to be really nasty towards that game when it's revealed. Like, I think people are going to shit all over Horizon Online. And the main reason for this is because I don't think it's going to look like what people think it's going to look like. When people think of Horizon, they think of beautiful, amazing graphics. I think we're about to see like Fortnite, Genshin Impact, Horizon, and people are going to be like, what the fuck is this? I think Sony's going to be like, what do you mean? Harmon's going to be like, Horizon's the best game. What are you talking about? You think Fair Games and Marathon are destined to fail? Look at what the internet is saying about them. You think Horizon multiplayer could be a success, but not as big as Helldivers 2? That's possible, yeah. I mean, I think Horizon stands some kind of chance. 20 Aloys running around. It's going to be really interesting, man, and nerve-wracking to see the rollout of these live service games, because I think Sony is ravenous. Sony's like a ravenous beast. They got to taste that sweet success of live service, and they want more. They want more, dude. And but I think it's good that Concord happened in a way, because I think for as ravenous as they are about more success, Concord is always there to remind them that you might want to be careful. This is why I think Fair Games isn't out yet. This is why I think Marathon is indefinitely delayed, because I think Sony knows if it wasn't for Concord, these games would have been pushed out, and it would have been like, yeah, I keep forgetting about Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. That one's going to be a success. That one could, I don't know if it'll be as big as Helldivers, but that, I think, probably, it has a good chance of being really successful, actually. I mean, we heard that Mortal Kombat 1 was the most successful fighting game this generation. Could Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls surpass that? I think it's possible. You're talking about Marvel, So yeah, that could be the second major hit. And it's interesting because if Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls is super successful, that's a second majorly successful live service game that comes from a studio that's not owned by Sony. And in this case, a property that's not even owned by Sony. In fact, I don't even know what Sony has to do with this game, other than they're just like, maybe they were involved with the, inception of it and thinking of it and, laying it out more from a business-oriented standpoint. Did you talk about the devs saying that they want to support Tokon for 10 plus years? No, I didn't even see that. See, that's what I mean. Yeah, the fact that they're approaching it like a 10-year live service endeavor. Dude, the hype for this game is real. Marvel Tokon, people are losing their minds over it. But anyway, guys, I realize we are about to hit the 4.5 hour mark, and I'm gonna have to like cut it here because man, I've been going on for way too long. We talked about a lot. I mean, holy shit, 4.5 hour stream. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in to this episode, and thank you for hanging out with me. I feel like we definitely covered all the topics. I think we covered all the topics quite extensively. So it was a good stream, some good conversations. But before I head out, I want to thank you guys for not only watching, but showing support. Hit 17 members today. Thank you so much for that. Corey came in at like the 11th hour and dropped 10 membership gifts for you guys. Anybody who super chatted, any direct donations, anything of that nature, I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. So thank you so much for that. And also want to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. And yeah, that's pretty much going to wrap it up. So I'm probably going to go get some dinner, and I got to get to work on that Death Stranding 2 Platinum. And yeah, I did put out a news video. You can go check that out if you didn't. And hopefully we'll be back here tomorrow. All right, guys. So enjoy the rest of your day. I will catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.